Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the director and the National Institute of Research and Tribal Health staff, we welcome you, all of you, today to this one day. Though its name is workshop or a training sort of thing, but it's something like just giving a basics of awareness about the ethics. This is something which is not taught in medical colleges. There's a major drawback. It has become a mandatory now for every research proposal to go through the ethical reviews. The worst part is when the faculties do not know what they will guide to their students, what are the ethical issues that they come across. Madhya Pradesh faculty members will know it that in recent past, there was a huge sort of misconduct in research in one of the medical colleges at Indore. A major drawback. Pardon? It has become a mandatory now for every research proposal to go through the ethical reviews. What happened? Okay, sorry. There's some. So then the regulation was imposed. Now the regulation are called national guidelines, not, it is no more ICMR guidelines. And it has been enforced, it has been mandatory. That is why we thought that we'll organize these workshops only for the faculty members of the medical colleges or ethics committee members who are presently the ethics committee members or who are likely to be in future to be ethics members of their institutes, so that they themselves at least know what are the ethics, what are the issues that come up during the research, what is the role and responsibilities of the ethics committee members, what are the things they look, how the documentation is to be done. Then we have also, since all of you are faculty members now, you are writing research paper, publishing. Now there are publication ethics, which is a separate guideline. So we thought one session of even a publication ethics we will keep, so that all of you are aware what are the things that is happening. That is our purpose. I'll request all the members who are sitting on the dais today to light the lamp, as our Indian culture that before any such academic programs we do conduct, we do the lighting of the lamp. So I'll request sir to light the lamp. Since we have a whole day long program, though usually the ethics workshops which organize or I do keep on attending, it's usually 2 to 3 days workshops. But I know to hold the medical college faculties for 3 consecutive days is a big challenge. So we squeezed it to fit into only the essential topics that we kept. And without any further wasting, I'll now request our director, Dr. Aprup Das, to welcome and to address the audience. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is such a happy moment for ICMR NIRT that dignitaries from different part of the country, they have come here today to teach us on a very important aspect of issues which we always face in biomedical research. So I would like to welcome all the 4 faculties, Dr. Nandini Kumar, whose introduction will be given by Dr. Chakma when she will be speaking, Dr. Paul Kumaran, Dr. Lalita Sabartekar, and Dr. Medha Joshi, who has not been able to come today here, but she will be joining from online through video conferencing. Ethics, it starts from home. We learn it from our home. Simply, as I understand ethics, what to do and what not to do. In every aspect of our life, we have to follow ethics. And the more we follow, the more human we become. So we have been taught from the home that what to do, how to speak, how to respect people, how to do, and how things to avoid. That you should avoid doing this, you should avoid eating this, you should avoid talking this, and you should do what you are supposed to do. And today we are talking of human ethics, which means that the first thing which we should learn in life, that when we interact with a human, treat him or her like a human. And this is the center point of ethics. I'm not talking about biomedical ethics because people here, they know much better biomedical ethics than I do know. But the thing is that whenever we are doing biomedical research, and we are dependent on many of the samples, because this is the one which we always being asked, that what is your sample size? So if we are being asked about sample size, then we have to collect some samples, either biological sample of individuals or interacting with them to know that what they do, what they do not do, what they eat, what are their social things. So every interaction and every collection of samples need their consent. So if they are not consenting, then we are not doing. We are not supposed to even talk further to them. So there are very little nitty-gritties involved in this. And there are rules, there are regulations, as Dr. Chakma said, that now it's a national guideline. This is no more ICMR's guideline. So in the whole nation, whoever is doing biomedical research, they are supposed to, they have to, I would rather say, follow the guidelines. So these guidelines are to be followed because there should be uniformity in in having consent of the samples, or sorry, of the individuals from where you are getting samples, and also the whole ethical guideline for which it has been designed to be uniformly maintained. I remember, I think many of you have seen Munna Bhai MBBS. So there is a place where the clinician is addressing the patient as a subject. Subject is this, subject is that, and Munna Bhai is objecting to it. So I think this is one of the eye openers, that how we interact with a human, whether he is a patient, whether he is a subject for us, whether he is a person from where we draw sample and do research, excel in life, and we forget that so-called subject or so-called person. So I think ethics comes from here. And the thing which will be taught to you today will be the technicality of biomedical ethics. So I really appreciate whoever has joined here, that they really are interested to know and to understand what is biomedical ethics and what should be done and what should not be done. I also thank ma'am, all the two ma'ams, Dr. Pal Kumaran and Dr. Medha Joshi, who will be in online or who is already online, that they have consented. We are really happy to have you here, and I would say that this institute, which is a 40 years old institute, and as you know that we conduct research on health of tribal populations. We are a national institute. Our boundary is national boundary. And having 705 tribal communities and 75 PVTGs, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, this 40 years old institute stands on its contribution to the tribal health research. Talk of malaria, filaria, chlorosis, tuberculosis, hemoglobinopathies, especially sickle cell diseases, and all the virological research from COVID-19 to different other 20 plus viruses. We provide diagnosis. And the state chief minister and the health minister always say that we are safe because ICMR Jabalpur is here with us. So this is the pride this institute has earned due to contribution of different scientists, several scientists, my past directors, but all cooperation from the state government have also helped us to do and conduct research. So I would also like to thank the state health authorities for providing us all kind of support. Whenever we approach them, they are always say yes. They are always yes to us. So thank you so much. And then please learn as much you can on biomedical ethics, because this is the one which if we are missing, then there is no point that you will be excused. This is such an important thing that if you are doing without following the bioethical guidelines, we know that there is no excuse for not knowing. We are all adults. What we are doing, we should know. If we are not knowing, there is no excuse. That I do not know, I didn't know. I have no idea that how these studies are conducted without this. If this is it, then I think we are not in a good state of mind. So please learn if you are here to learn, and please ask questions to all the speakers whenever you are not following. This is the one which we are conducting by obligation, thanks to Dr. Chakma and his team, Dr. Rituraj Niranjan and other people. So we are actually changing our ethical committee. So for changing the ethical committee, for having a new ethical committee, we have a guideline that they have to be trained. So since we thought that this is a training for the future ethical committee members, why not calling the other people who are clinicians or clinical researchers, or they are doing some kind of biomedical research? They can be trained. They can also get a flavor that what biomedical ethics is all about. So then we thought of extending this to other medical colleges, universities who are interested to join this kind of workshop. So very happy that you have joined. I think many will also join very soon. I wish all the best for the this kind of workshop. And Dr. Chakma and Dr. Rituraj and his team will take every care of you. Thank you and hearty welcome again.
Thank you, sir. There are a lot of outstation participants, their train got delayed. I'm just getting their messages, WhatsApp, sir, will be a little late in joining. So, but since our program and schedule, because a lot of people also has to return by evening. So we will not keep on waiting for them. Let them come and join in between whenever they have. Today we have 4 eminent speakers, and each one of them are stalwarts, and each one of them are, you can say, the pioneers in the bioethics research in this country. Not only in this country, Madam Nandini, especially, which our next speaker, I have the pleasure of introducing her. If you see her CV, and she is globally now one of the pioneer in bioethics. She is member of multiple universities in the foreign countries as the bioethics committees at international level. She is a postgraduate in pathology from Trivandrum Medical College, and then she's a Fogarty Fellow of Graduate in Bioethics from University of Toronto. The initial days of ICMR, I know her for the last at least for 20 years, I think now, if not more, that she is pioneer in the formation of the ethical guidelines in this country. One of the initial members who introduced bioethics in this country, and the first draft of ICMR, right from when the first guidelines were drafted, she was one of them. And then subsequently, she is the one who has introduced the bioethics diploma course in IGNU. She is the one who has introduced the bioethics course in CMC, I think medical college at Bangalore, one of the medical colleges in Bangalore. I think also she was there. Now, after the retirement, they have formed a organization called FERCI. You can go to the net, that is the forum for ethical committees reviews in the country, and where they teach the ethics to various colleges and universities and whosoever is there. So we are very fortunate to have you here, madam. And there are a long list. I mean, there is so much of this thing that will take much more time. I'll just request her to deliver our first topic, the history of the ethics, how the ethics is involved in the world. So I'll request madam to come. Oh yes, my apology. One more very formal this thing has retired. We did not formally welcome them. So I'll request director to welcome our today's keynote speaker, Madam Nandini. I'll request sir to welcome our next speaker, Madam Lalita. And I'll also request sir to welcome Dr. Paul Kumaran, our another speaker. One speaker Dr. Medha Joshi, just last moment, she had a medical emergency at home. So she could not come to Jabalpur. So, but she said she will address us in online. So we'll be joining online for that. So I'll now request. Yes. I'll now request Madam Nandini to give a talk, and I'll request the other members to, they can sit down in the audience. रवि वहां से करोगे?
वहां से पॉइंटर मैंने दे दिया, यहाँ पे पॉइंटर में दिखाएंगे तो यहाँ से बढ़ जाएगा, आ गया ना? कौन यहीं से सर आ रहा है पॉइंटर से सर, सब कुछ ये पॉइंटर से चेंज रहेगा।
All the audience are also requested, if you want to share with your colleagues, the whole proceeding is online in YouTube online. You can share with your friends and colleagues who could not come and want to see it. You can share the link with them in YouTube and they can see it from there.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I must thank the director and especially Dr. Chakma for inviting me to give this talk here for today's program. This is not my first visit. Of course, this visit is after some years. I've been associated with this institution, mainly with regard to the research guidelines for tribal health in the initial stage. But I also came, I got the support from this institution when I came to collect the logs of a tree called Vijaysa, which is used for diabetes. I mean, the product from that, which was one of the ICMR multicentric trials, trying out traditional remedies for the treatment of newly diagnosed diabetes, the milder ones. So thank you, Dr. Chakma, for the introduction too. A history of bioethics actually takes a lot of time if you go to the full length of what the history was. So I cut down a little bit on that, just the salient points that you need to know. And also ethics committee is clubbed with that. Ethics committee is the longest section in the ICMR revised guidelines, a very important one. So although this will not justify, but at least you will be sensitized to what is required from the ethics committee. How many ethics committee members we have here? Okay, I hope you gain something from that. So starting with that, whenever we talk of bioethics in our country, we should not forget that we had our ancient practitioners talking about ethics, the conduct of the physician. So the earliest documented one is from Siddha, and then comes the Ayurveda ones. I have only written Charaka Samhita, but there are others, Shushruta Samhita, Vagbhatta, and so on. And these ranged from 10th century onwards, BC onwards to 1st and 2nd century AD. Then we have Hammurabi from the Middle East, and then the most important for modern medicine is the 4th century BC event of Hippocratic tenets. And from that we got the Hippocratic oath. From Hippocratic tenets, we get modern medicine, or what they say conventional medicine, and also Unani medicine. Now, if you look at the and all these actually say one universal principle, that is do no harm. I'm sorry, I think probably. Okay. So, it all says that you may acquire information if it's going to benefit the patients. So that is nothing but research. It took centuries of research for them to come down to practice guidelines, not like us, like we do some systematic analysis and then we say that, okay, this is the practice guideline for, say, asthma or whatever disease. They did it for centuries and then actually laid down the ground for clinical practice. But today, the scenario is that they have to prove themselves to the Westerners by producing the evidence for that claim. So when we talk of ethical conduct, it starts from prayers, oath, covenants. These are the terms that you will come across when you read about bioethics, code of bioethics, declarations. You must have heard of Helsinki Declaration, UNESCO Declaration, and then the guidelines. So we have international guidelines. In our country, we have the ICMR guidelines. We have the ICMR DBT guidelines for certain areas. So we will talk about the International Code of Conduct. If you take starting from 4th century BC, if you go downwards, we have the SIOM's guidelines last 2016. This includes the Indian as well as the international guidelines. What you see in the red is actually the beginning of formation of the first international code, Nuremberg Code, which actually spoke about informed consent. And therefore, we say that the Nuremberg Code actually stands for informed consent. And then the next international code that we talk of is the Helsinki Declaration, which endorsed about the observation of informed consent, but also for the first time talked about ethics committee, a committee to be set up for reviewing proposals, which should be independent of the influences that can actually cloud decision making. So that set the tone. And then thereafter, we had so many guidelines coming through. And this is just jotting them down. And then we always talk about Nazi experiments, which actually led to the formation of Nuremberg Code. So it is not that Germany did not have a code. It was a very good code, actually. 1898 itself, 1933, they also talked about vulnerable population, how to protect them and all. But all went to win when the war broke out and Hitler wanted to do things. So, and you can see the terrain, you can see the green ones and the red ones. Red ones were the death camps, green ones were the experimental camps, actually. And you can see the terrain, sea, high altitude, extreme cold, and therefore their experiments also were actually concentrating on that. They wanted to see how the seawater could be made more potable. The freezing experiments and the high altitude experiments all led to death. And these were all done on the captive population who were brought to the camps. And then we also have the sterilization experiments, because Hitler believed that we have to exterminate this community to purify the society. And he was mainly responsible for bringing in all the Jews into the camps. Do you know what his religion was? Anybody? He was a Jew himself. And he came from a lunatic family. So he was also a lunatic, actually. But he
originally from Austria, if not from Germany.
Yes. So he actually did whatever he didn't want. Okay, so that's how the experiment started. And then, of course, free hand to the doctors and all that to do whatever they wanted to do. And then we have this Joseph Mengele, who was called the angel of death. And if a family came and there were twins there, they used to call out saying that any twins here, any twins here. And the moment, even if they don't reveal, they find that there are twins here, they used to be dragged away and experimented upon. And there were colored balls hanging from the ceiling of this doctor, and they were nothing but eyeballs, color balls of these children. And you can see the children, without clothes in that cold. Used to stitch them together to see whether they can coexist as Siamese twins and things like that. And so we have actually Eva Kaur, one of the survivors of this camp. I wonder if this will play. I don't know if this will play. Ah, there. हैं? वो कोई नहीं रहा ठीक है no it is not playing I believe they could not play it so that video was there no but despite that okay fine so Eva Kaur was a lady who survived she was 10-year-old when she was brought to the camp and all that and she and her twin she was actually given some injections and all those things, but she somehow survived. And which was a surprise actually to Mengele himself. And then we had the Hiroshima bombing with that the war stopped and these twins were released. They were also from Austria. And finally, to cut the story short, she settled in US and she started an NGO bringing in other survivors in and talking about her experiences. She used to give talks all over the place about what she had experienced as a prisoner. And then we had when the war stopped, the trial started. And we have here, what is being demonstrated there is actually here, they used, a cut was made where infected material was actually introduced to see how, healing will take place. So this is just demonstrating the scar and all these victims were brought in to give evidence. And that's how, 15 of 23 were found guilty, 7 hanged, and 5 got life sentences. Mengele escaped from there. So the point is that it was highlighted that all of them were actually included in experiments without taking consent. So that's how the Nuremberg Code had 10 principles, like 10 commandments, of which informed consent was the longest paragraph. And then you have this importance given to the participant and also responsibility given to the investigator. The participant had the right to withdraw, which was not there earlier. And the investigator was held responsible to withdraw the person from the study if he felt that more harm was happening to the participant. They didn't say participant, they used to say subject. Even today, they call them subjects. But most of the world has actually replaced that word with participant. We also use participant. But in our country, the rules say subject, the guidelines say participant. There's a discrepancy there. Anyway, there's dialogue going on there. So you get this book. Besides the doctor, physicians, even judges were actually tried. And this actually formed the basis for international code from Nuremberg to the Hague. So that's how that the legal aspect also came into play. And then we have, of course,
Can I play the video?
वीडियो हो रहा है कौन सा वीडियो अच्छा ये ओके सो दिस इज द लेडी वॉल्यूम आएगा क्या what happened was he studied, cases. 1947 was the informed consent. And then so he actually wanted to see, and 1964 Helsinki Declaration, the first one, endorsed this view. So he wanted to study how is the scenario in our country, and he studied 50 journal articles written by eminent physicians and published in peer-reviewed journals. But he was not given the space in the journal to actually highlight about all those 50 cases. Only in 2 cases he found that informed consent was taken and written about it. The rest, never mentioned that there was a lot of deception and vulnerable population was being used. So all those things he highlighted with snippets of those cases. This is Henry Beecher, and he published in 1966, that is 2 years after the Helsinki Declaration. In the the New England Journal of Medicine, NEJM, it was a landmark publication. Some ripples were created, but they died down. But it was a syphilitic study which actually took the nation to more active action. So this was the Declaration of Helsinki. You can see how many times it was revised. So 7 in total. And it was in 75 that it stated about the necessity of having an ethics committee. And they are still actually working on it. One difference in the last version in 2013 was that generally this declaration was meant for physicians. Now it was the countries which do not have a guideline are supposed to follow this as a guideline. It's not mandatory. Guidelines are generally not mandatory. And as was told earlier, only ICMR guidelines has become mandated now. So this is the story of Major Walter Reed, who actually did his experiments to see how yellow fever could be affecting people. Sorry for that. The previous one. So what he did was, you see, probably in 1900, the documentary evidence of informed consent is there. Can we, I think it's not going from here. Previous one. So here, what he did was, it was in Cuba. So naturally, you have a lot of Mexicans there. So what happened was, there were 20 people, at least 18 were actually Mexicans. There was a Spanish translation. So we have an evidence of local vernacular translation. Only problem with this was that they were actually asked whether you want to subject yourself to this experiment. They were given the choice. But once they said yes, they were not allowed to go out of the camp. So there was restriction after entry, no withdrawal phenomenon. And then also they were told that if you actually enroll yourself, you will get 100 American dollar in gold. They used to call it like that. And then if you get the infection, again another 100. If the person dies, who claims it? Okay. Today in India, we talk about compensation, isn't it? So that was not existent then. And then we have, this is Henry Beecher, about whom I had already spoken to you. And this is the Tuskegee syphilis study, of which I have told you that 40-year study this was. And when it flashed through the papers, they had to stop it. And this is where actually, 28 deaths, 100 cases of disability, etc., lots of deception, withholding information. They were not given any benefit. If they were supposed to go to some other hospital for treatment, all those hospitals had a list. of these participants. So if they belonged to that list, they were not given treatment. They went to that extent. And then this is the informed consent document, where the last line reads like this: remember, this is your last chance for special free treatment. The problem was they did not have proper food, and if they died, there was no burial, with dignity, because they did not have the money to have the grave dug and things like that. So it was promised that the government will give you $10 to have that done. So this is all inducement. And then finally, apology 25 years later, Clinton apologized. He said that what was done cannot be undone, but we can end the silence. We can stop turning our heads away. We can look at you in the eye and finally say, on behalf of the American people, what the United States government did was shameful, and I am sorry. It is actually one step ahead of any politicians in any country. They acknowledge their faults. That is the difference. That is a great difference. And then about 9 billion compensation was given to the Tuskegee hospital, which turned into Tuskegee Research Center also. Today it has a big name actually. And then you have, various books, and the last one you can access from the net. You can see that picture, Miss Evers Boyce. She was the nurse who was responsible for that. So you can see the details, So interesting to see if you have the time. So that actually led to the formation of Belmont Report, which is 7 years later. Okay. And this report was nothing but guidelines. It took them 7 years to decide that. And there were 3 main principles: respect for persons, beneficence, and justice. The 4th one was added later because, it's 2 sides of a coin. Beneficence and do no harm may not always be the same meaning. So they added that. So respect for persons, when we talk of that, it means informed consent, the autonomy of the person, about voluntary informed consent, confidentiality maintenance, and things like that. Beneficence is you actually weigh the risk and benefit and try to see that benefit is more. It's not always true, but as far as possible, try to increase benefit. Justice is how you select the participants. It should be across all levels of society if the disease affects all levels of society, like say diabetes. Now, this is in 2018, you have another code coming out, a global code for researchers who are doing research in resource poor settings. Actually, they're going to change this resource poor settings, and some discussion is going on because people say that when you say resource poor settings, you are actually causing discrimination. So they might change those words, but I'm told that I can present it as such till that becomes final. So this is about researchers and collaborative studies. And this is meant for the EU researchers, but it can be adopted by other countries also. It has been adopted by Nature, the journal Nature also. So they look now. There is a collaborative study, means have they taken care of that? That also has 4 principles, but they are slightly different. When it says respect, that respect means respect for the local culture, local community, local researcher, all these things. And when you say the fairness means you should be very fair, on equal terms. And if care is required for the local participants, you should be part of that. You should not escape, like helicopter research. And also honesty, be honest. So this was actually taken from a San Code of Ethics, which the San tribe, African tribe actually made after years of suffering through exploitation of their traditional knowledge, genetic mapping, and so on. The San Code, the San tribe leader, he said that come through the door, not through the window. So when you come through the door, you can discuss things, you are equal partners. But when you come through the window, you don't know who comes through the window, only robbers and thieves, isn't it? So These are the various Indian ethical principles. The last one to come out was the COVID-19 guidelines by ICMR. And 1979, we had the Belmont report, about which I said the 3 principles and 4th one added. We were not far behind. 1980, we brought out an 8-page book, but that is very, very relevant. Even today, it is relevant, but because we have technology and scientific developments, it had to be revised. And it took 20 years for us to revise that guideline called the Blue Book. Then 6 years later, it became the Mauve Book, where actually ethics committee procedures actually got expanded to a great extent. And then we had a big exercise in 2017. It was the 3rd revision was brought out, and certain passages were actually expanded. You will hear a little bit of that later in the day. So lots of unethical things were going on, and finally, the Supreme Court had to take action. I mean, it was filed in the Supreme Court. Any lawyers here? No one? Okay. So it was filed in the Supreme Court. It had to take a decision and hauled up the Ministry of Health. What are you guys doing for protecting the participants? And then they had to bring out so many things that we'll do this, we'll do that, and all that. In the process, they have actually brought out this guideline 2019, the new drugs and clinical trials, because Drugs and Cosmetics Act strangely did not have anything about clinical trials. So it was becoming imperative that they have some document which describes that, and that came out in 2019. What is most important here is what Chakma said and what the director endorsed, that ICMR national ethical guidelines became mandatory for all to follow if they are doing biomedical and health research. That means non-regulatory type of research. Whatever is regulatory comes directly under the NDCT rules, and what doesn't come under them directly, then it is indirectly mandated through the guidelines. So I think that ends that. Can I go to the next one? Ethics Committee? Yeah. I'll try to finish it as fast as possible as the time is running out. But it is very important. I think they will get the PPTs. I think you might get it. So I will skip some slides.
We share.
Yeah. So far, do you have any questions? Generally speaking, whenever we speak about the history and the guidelines, no questions are asked. Whether it is we are too dull in explaining, or whether it is understood as such, I don't know. Actually, if it was 1 hour just for history, there would have more things which would have actually brought out more unethical trials, which led to certain decisions. So ethics committee actually, the rationale of ethics committee is what? Why should you have ethics committee? It's okay, no, people can do research. Why do you want to have an ethics committee?
It's all the principles and autonomy and respect the people, participants. I think that because of that, all the guidance and standard we need to follow to prevent the all unethical practices in the research.
To
prevent all unethical practices in research.
So actually, the ethics
Even neither gives the answer. That is why we need the formal
yeah. So actually, that's why the ethics committee has to see any unethical things happening. But unfortunately, what I see is these are still happening.
Yes.
Despite there being an ethics committee. That's why you need to have a quality review. of at least, at least they will come on track. It's not necessary that after that quality review, they will work fine. Not necessary, because we have seen when we go for second review, the situation is same. They have not followed. Probably because they think that, kya hai, second aayega na, tab dekh lenge. Like that, that attitude. But the third time when we go, there is some change. So what does that mean? That you undergo that process. It involves money, there's no doubt about it. But as far as possible, if the institutional head feels that it should be done, then things will fall in place automatically. So coming to ethics committee, the thing is to control unethical trials and naturally to protect the right, safety and well-being of the trial participants, to evaluate scientific rationale, to assess whether the ethical issues are addressed, conforming to the national guidelines and the regulations. And when you have international collaboration also, the ethics committee has to see whether they are conforming to the principles or not. So the first operation guidelines was brought out by WHO in 2000. That was the silver gray booklet, based on which actually ICMR had that separate chapter in the 2000 guidelines, revised guidelines. And then 2 years later, they brought out this blue book, which was about surveying the ethics committee, what I said, quality review. And then in 2011, WHO brought out the standards. Again, they revised those standards for a review of the ethics committee. And this story, anyway, the point is that even in 1980, ethics committee was mentioned. 2000, we took actually reference of the WHO guidelines, because this dialogue was going on at that time. So what happened was each section, each chapter we used to call at that time, each chapter had a section on ethics committee. Somewhere it was written 5 to 7 members, somewhere it was 8 to 12, whatever numbers. Whichever international document that committee actually referred to, it was based on that. So then we removed all that and made a single chapter, mostly based on the WHO guidelines. And then in 2006, we were actually neonates at that time, learning ethics. Many people didn't even know even at that time. 1980, even most of the ICMR scientists did not know it existed. And I think you all haven't seen the booklet also, isn't it? You have seen it, read, because he's a trained person. But most of the scientists don't know. Even today, they don't know. They know now that there was a pink book. And the blue one generated some awareness, but not to that extent. Then there was a talk, because we never mentioned about this expedited review, full review, and things like that, exemption. So this 2006 version is actually one which talked about it, and the cue was mainly taken from US common rules. And in 2017, of course, more awareness was generated, and we also gained in experience what was happening in ethics committees and what was required. Based on that, those things were incorporated. That's why it became a very big section. I think probably in future also, if something is revised, it will still become the biggest one. Short of writing the SOP, everything was there at that time. And then same thing, it was actually based on WHO document, US common rules, CIOMS guidelines. CIOMS is a body which is attached to WHO, but it is not part of WHO. And it works on ethical issues and things like that. Presently, there's a concept paper which has been brought out by CIOMS on governance of research. So it involves institutions, researchers, sponsors, etc. And also some international publications. So here it is the biggest section, as I told you. I'll not read through because these are all the points which are covered under that. And then you have the 4 elements, the structure. How is the structure? There's a particular way in you have to have that structure. And then competence, whether they are trained. And function, how do they function? You can't haphazardly function. You have to have standard operating procedures. So your ethics committees have that? Standard operating procedures? Ethics committee members? If not, you will not even get registered. And you have to register because it's against law if you don't register.
It is there.
Okay. So what happens is, some institutions don't have that much of research, so they don't have to go into details. You can adopt. Some institutions have regulatory as well as non-regulatory, so their SOPs will be very vast. So, and then when they make decisions, it should be independent of the authority's influence. But don't we see there is an influence? Yes or no? There is. Always. Very few actually, fight against it. And what happens? Next time you are removed. Or you are not, they are not even waiting for you to finish your term. Overnight, they will remove you. Okay. Especially in the corporate world. And then, of course, you have this. Where do I have to show that? It's not moving. So the composition, I think all of you know about the composition. You have to have scientists and non-scientists. It should be multidisciplinary. And there's emphasis that you have to have non-scientists, and of which India actually insists that there should be a lawyer also. And of course, the lay person is the most important person, and social scientists. The others are clinicians and basic medical scientists, experts, and things like that. One important fact is they should be actually 50% non-affiliated. There used to be a scenario where everyone was non-affiliated. That is also not right, because non-affiliated do not know the infrastructure of the institution. So when they bombard, the poor member secretary, who is the internal member, only internal member, doesn't know how to defend. So if there are other affiliated members, they will defend. No, it is like this. And then 7 to 15 members, they try to keep it at that. And then you also have the selection. Now here in ICMR guidelines, you have these boxes, table 4.1. So you, on one hand, chairperson, whatever the role is, it is given. And on the other hand, what is the responsibility? Now, this is not a comprehensive responsibility that is given there, because then it will be like writing the SOP. Okay, so it's a broad-based text which is giving, describing the responsibility. Then you have, of course, your basic medical scientist, and then the clinician and the legal expert, and also the social scientist. Another thing that you have to consider is that what I found out, because when I go for survey, we say social scientist. Okay. Now what? Now this is a WHO initiated body, which says that if you say social scientist, that person should be a PhD. So if the person is not a PhD, you can't call that person social scientist. MSWs are there. And then they also say they should have publications, because in one committee, they found that the MSW had 5 papers and the PhD holder had only 2 papers. So it is better to have that term as social science, because that includes not only the social sciences, but also economists, anthropologists, and all those people are part of that group. Ethicists, philosophers, all these people can come under that bracket. So it is better to have that term social science rather than social scientist. And the lay person is very, very important. We actually broke our heads so many times to define that. It was so difficult. So it was borrowed from various sources. What should we have there? So we actually borrowed the NHS criteria that even medical persons, healthcare persons can be lay persons, provided for the last 5 years, they have not exercised their expertise. Some people join NGO, things like that, So why should they be deprived? And this was more or less a requirement of the corporate sector because they were not getting the lay persons who will speak out. Okay, they will be in awe of all these top scientists sitting there, legal expert from Supreme Court, all these people. What will that person speak? Out of fear, they will not talk. Am I talking something nonsense? Like that, no? That fear. So it was very difficult for them to get. And thereafter, they used to get principals of schools and things like that to be on the same scale. So that's why that was, but one important thing is that person should be literate. Before this, we used to have lay persons who were not literate. Some community members who are not literate, they knew about the disease, but that could be only in specific. For example, this institution will have a member from tribals, community representative, and if that tribal doesn't know to read, what will happen to the informed consent document? Okay, so you need to have a literate person, and also who is conversant with the local culture. You can't, import people from Calcutta or Delhi and all those things. Okay, local culture is very important. So you have now the most important thing is member secretary is from the institution and the chairperson is outside the institution. In 2000, guidelines said preferably from outside, but the Indian GCP said should be from outside. And now it is harmonized that they have to be from outside the institution. In Sri Lanka and all that, they actually observe the committee functioning for 3 years before they can get the eligibility to become chairpersons. Because they know now, how decisions are made, what you are supposed to do as a, if you are very new to that, I have been in ethics committee where it was a very newly appointed retired judge from High Court. He actually didn't know what was to be done. Okay, and it was a pathetic sight. And it was very difficult for me to actually tell him, sir, you have to do like this, you have to do like that, because I had the knowledge, but it was really difficult for me to tell the person that they will become offended and things like that. So choice is very, very important. You can have external subject expert and all that I have already described now. And first thing when you become a member is give 2 documents signed by you and dated as member. That is conflict of interest declaration and confidentiality agreement. This is very, very important. Most of the time when we go for review, we see that is it dated or not? Is it signed or not? Sometimes they sign, but the chairperson doesn't sign. And if the chairperson signs, no dates. Date is very, very important, documentation. So then you have this requirement now that the members should be trained. And that's the reason why some of you are here actually. The quorum is actually 5. So the language in the guidelines is minimum 5 members. And in the NDCT rule, it is at least 5. Both mean the same. That is, it's not necessary that you have 5. You can have more. No problem, depending on the number that you have. But if you have 7 attending, then 5 have to be there. But for non-regulatory trials, the at least one person should be non-scientist in that group, and preferably a lay person. Whereas for regulatory requirement, there are requirements for that. You need to have a medical scientist. So when it was put as medical scientist, that's actually an overlooked omission. It means basic medical scientists. Okay, so people were actually having radiologist, medical scientist, no? So radiologist as the member. So question was asked, who is the basic medical scientist? Medical scientist, because basic was missing. So clinician, legal expert, social scientist, as I already told you, and lay person. These people, these 5 have to be there. If any one is missing, then it is considered null and void. The minutes will not have any value. You can't write the minutes if that is not satisfactory. And then you need to.
The 5 members. The recent guidelines is in terms of percentage, whether your committee is 7-member committee, 9-member committee, or 11-member committee. So it is 70% of the committee members.
Where is it written?
Is then guidelines.
No. This is from the ICMA guidelines. Paul. That is not there, but
Other documentations present later, there is going to be team members and then you have at least 3+1. So it is odd and
that is for voting,
all those things are.
voting.
The national electric guidelines very clear because
No, the point is that there was actually an argument by the review committee, the WHO initiated one, that you should write 50% plus 1. So that will take care of that. My argument was that when come in the next revision of guidelines, what is the harm in saying minimum 5? We are not saying it has to be 5 only. So if you have more numbers, that will take care of the extra members. And in regulatory trials also, if you have one more lawyer, then no problem. But you have to have at least one lawyer there. And if you don't have that lawyer coming in, you need to have alternate members. That you have to be prepared, and your SOP should describe that. So that is what SOP is very, very important. It is actually giving you a detailed instruction, and it gives a uniform way of functioning. Operating manual, it's like an operating manual. And then of course, one can thoroughly, you can always refer to SOP. SOP, it is not written like that. Most of the time, SOP is received by the member and kept somewhere. Okay, they don't even read it. Only when controversies come, then some smart guy will say, no, in SOP it is given like this. But at least the chairperson should know about it. Okay, that's why you say you need to have an experienced chairperson. That is a requirement in the 2017 guidelines, that you can't have a very new person coming in as chairperson. And then maintenance of transparency. Other functions are how you keep the office, what are the documents, international, national guidelines and things like that. And when a protocol is submitted, what to do, check it, check the contents, how you communicate to the members, so many people, and then train. And then, of course, you have other special situations. Sometimes the workload is too high. An ethics committee is not able to manage that. 900 proposals in a year is a too heavy load. So they have multiple ethics committees. One institution has 5 actually. And abroad you have this 7 panels, they call it panel. 7 panels, 6 panels, each one for different function, like for device separate, drug separate, like that, to actually divide the workload. So, but one thing you have to observe is whether you have 5, 1, 2, or 3, you have to have the same SOP. Unless it is specific, like for device, you might need to actually do 1 or 2 things extra. And then, yeah. Nothing like that. An experienced person. So what generally people do is they employ the retired judge. Why? Because that legal requirement will be there. Judge cannot actually leave the room, no? He has to conduct most of the time it is the legal experts who escape. Oh, actually, mujhe bhi court mein jana hai. Like that. Or will say that No, my cases are posted on that, I can't come. Finished. But if a judge is sitting as the chairperson, there is no escape. But if you ask me, it will be best to have a clinician or a basic medical scientist. If the institution is only involved in basic medical science, then it is better to have that, because already that person knows the nuances. So it actually reduces the work of the ethics committee. I have seen all.
The guideline that was.
No, it is actually bioethics is multidisciplinary. So we can't write that. It has to be broad-based. Otherwise, people will not get people. It's so hard to get the lay person and legal assessor, even chairpersons will become difficult. If your institution doesn't have an ethics committee, you can actually piggy bank on another institution which has ethics committee. But there has to be MOU between them, because whenever we say ethics committee approval is not one-time process, it's a continuous process. And tomorrow you want to visit that institution to inspect. Sorry, I can't say inspect, because inspection is only by the regulators. Monitor, and then they say, you have approved our proposal, no? So why should you come? We can't actually let our documents be seen by you. So that should not happen. So you have to have MOU. Multi-centric trials, there's another mechanism that you can choose. Out of 10 centers, you can choose one ethics committee, and that ethics committee becomes the designated one, or the chosen one, whatever name you want to call it. The problem is, if AIMS is there, PGI Chandigarh is there, who will be the designated one? Each one will say, mine is better. Okay, but you have to come to a consensus if you want to proceed with the proposal. And that ethics committee, with the inputs from all site ECs, will actually finalize the master protocol. That master protocol will be adopted by the site ECs, so that the process is initiated immediately. Otherwise, there is a lot of delay. Each ethics committee, takes time. Or it can actually pass it in expedited manner, which should be written in the SOP if they do that. So stem cell, you have to have another committee, a specialist committee called the Institution Committee for Stem Cell Research, and independent ethics committees are commercial ones. You can go to them. If you don't have your own ethics committee, then you will have to resort to this independent ethics committee, but you have to pay. Not that the institutional ethics committees will not ask for money. Some of them are actually asking you to pay a fees, but that fees should be part of SOP, how much you are charging. For the students, you may say 1,000 rupees, the PGs and all that. Faculty, you may say 2,000. Pharma companies, 25,000, 50,000. Some government institutions have even charged them 1 lakh. So whatever your decision is, the SOP should be showing that this is what the fees is. And then you have this list. I'm not going to go through that. Very soon, actually, FERCI, which Dr. Chakma was mentioning, the Forum for Ethics Review Committees in India. It was there in the website, but this is, revamped, and fresh templates are going to be placed on the website of FERCI. So whichever actually you don't require, you can do away with that. Okay. But most of it is something which you require. So there's no escape actually. So submission of documents actually, starting from the covering letter onwards, all approvals, CDSCO, if it is a regulatory trial, international collaboration, HMSC trial, that's Health Ministry Screening Committee, DVT, biotech products, radiological products, BARC, and so on. CTI registration mandatory for the regulatory trials, and the other ones are voluntary. And then there's something called investigators brochure. Anybody knows about it? That is, if you are going to do phase 2 study, you need to have all the prior data about that product. From starting from in vitro, in vivo, phase 1. So you need to have all that information, prior information. So that is called investigator's brochure. So if it is a regulatory trial, you will have to have all those things, informed consent documents with the translations. CV of investigator is very, very important because one needs to know whether that person is equipped to do that research or not. With the training certificates, now people are insisting that they should have at least GCP training, research ethics training. These two are GCP, they look for it as a mandatory item. It's not written mandatory, but they look at it. And research ethics, because they should know something about ethics also. So investigators undertaking, you have clinical trial agreement, insurance certificate, list of ongoing studies to check co-enrollment. This is very funny in the sense that, not funny actually, serious. A principal investigator may have 3 proposals already approved. Now 4th one is coming. Now each of those proposals have a sample size of 250, 750. Will that person be able to handle that? And now he is coming with the 4th one. Ethics committee has every right to say, you can't be principal investigator in this. So the person will say, I'll be co-investigator. But what happens if that person is a bulldozer? He will rule there also. Okay. So some ethics committees require the investigator to write down what are the titles, where the person is PI and co-PI. Because what happens is sometimes the same patient is subjected by 3 or 4 PGs for their research. Okay, one comes from biochemistry, one from microbiology, COVID times, and all of them draw blood. And the person is like this. Okay, so we are supposed to protect the participant, isn't it? So that is very important. In one institution, it was a big fight. The member secretary was a junior person, so the other person was a dean. So I will see to it that you are, some action is being taken. Finally, she had to land in hospital for drips and migraine and all those things, and she resigned. These things can happen. Okay. So it is always better to have somewhat senior person as the member secretary. Need not be professor, can be assistant professor or associate professor also. If there are advertisements, then they should also be submitted. Ethics committee should see that what is the content. Are you actually inducing them? That is very important. So these are just some examples. So phone numbers are given. And this is very, very common abroad, and it's common also for regulatory clinical trials. Abroad and all that, outside the department, there'll be a notice saying that such a study is happening in this department. Volunteers may approach such and such person. Okay, so if this is subject to ethics committee review, they will say, what are you promising them? Explain that also upfront. Okay. And I also know of a very eminent bioethicist who said that when he was studying, fees is very high. He said, this is the way I could actually get some money to, for existence. So you can get that such a situation. Facebook, all social media used for that. And when you give, when you submit a proposal, scientific review is the first step. And if there is a problem, it will be revised and then accepted. It is forwarded to ethics committee. And then the ethics committee actually sees that whether it is the different types of risk based on that. If it is less than minimal risk, I'll come to that in subsequent slides. Then it goes for exemption. If it is more than that, then it goes for expedited review. And if it is still more than that, then it goes for full board review. So that is the way actually ethics committees secretariat functions. So the full board review the decision can be approved, minor revision, major revision, or rejection. It is better not to use rejection with that word. Not approved will be better, because rejection, always you think of the love triangle, Hi, mera dil toot gaya. Rejection, When it is not approved means, it was not approved, doesn't matter. I will actually change and then again submit it. They feel that it is more consoling. Okay. So the language is very, very important. So the job is secretariat, member secretary. Sometimes chairperson will be called in to ask member secretary, sir, should we actually give exemption or should we put it in expedited? Or should we actually give it for full board? So that person will say, no, this requires full board review, things like that. So all this should be in your SOP. So the 3 main steps for ethics committee is initial review, where all this submission, everything will be taken care of by the secretariat. Then continuing review, we'll see what continuing review is, and then final closure. So what the assessment form is, actually it's a form which is sent to the reviewer beforehand, before it comes for the meeting. And the reviewer actually has to go through the scientific aspects, what are the objectives, design, and methodology. People will argue that scientific review committee has already seen all this. But many times, there are scientists sitting here also in the ethics committee. And experts, sometimes you send it to experts. Your committee doesn't have a cardiologist and the proposal is on cardiology. So you send it to cardiology expert. They will be able to pick up those gaps. And when this is presented to the investigator gets angry. Who are you to judge that? Look at the ethics, isn't it? This is a common phenomenon, actually, not only here, abroad also. And then they look at the design. Mainly their thing is whether the participants who will be included in this are justified to be included or not. So that is their main aim, sample size and things like that. It should not be futile research. And then the ethical aspects, of course, risk-benefit ratio and all that, we'll go through that later. How do you categorize risk? That is the most important aspect. Many a times we get stuck here. So when we say less than minimal risk, it means non-identifiable information. It's almost nil or very, very minimal. The moment you actually go beyond that, you identify the person, then it falls in the other 3 categories, minimal and least. Why this is yellow is because in 2017, we introduced this to be at par with the international parlance. So minimal risk is what you daily encounter, routine activities, every day you walk and then you would have actually observed that I asked Chakma to hold my hand to climb this, because I don't know. Climbing is okay, but I might fall, no? So there is an inherent risk always. Okay, today it may not happen, tomorrow it can happen. So that is minimal risk. But when you invade the body, like blood drawing, biological material collection, or even psychology, psychosocial elements, it invades your mind. Then it comes, depending on the hurt or harm that will be inflicted, it comes under lesser one and more than. So I'll give you an example. 5 ml of blood taken from a healthy individual compared to 5 ml of blood from a sick neonate. So where will the healthy individual go between these two? Minor. And the neonate? So you understood the philosophy. Okay. So this is, always remember, when the information is non-identifiable, it is less than minimal. Like you are taking, from systematic reviews, from public domain, you are collecting information and doing things. You're not identifying anybody. Or even if you know you do some surveys, but you don't identify those people, then you can. So some public health things also come into that. ICMR guidelines gives all the details, so I'm not going to spend time on that. The moment it becomes identify daily routine life activities, minimal risk, and the others are minor increase and more than minimal risk.
Madam, we don't write the word no risk. Any proposal come to us.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Because people don't understand.
Yeah. that is
So,
what I wanted.
in the review, in the submission form, you actually teach them also. You actually categorize all these. What I forgot to mention was, because I think this is the older slide. This morning, what I brought, I had put ICMR common forms. Please note down that. You go to the NCDIR website, ICMR Institute, ICMR common forms. Those are submission forms. So you also have for public health, you have social behavioral and things like that. More or less, it's good. And it was actually chartered out discussion with other experts from DBT also. And it was formed. That has almost all elements. So there, the risk categorization is also there. So many people, you know, I have seen member secretary of an ethics committee regulatory clinical trials. Drug trials are always more than minimal risk. Okay. He is writing less than minimal. We were all so surprised. How did we find? Because of the quality review. Understanding is less. So when they actually write, some people will write less than minimal. That, acha, you are drawing blood. Will that be less than minimal? Then they shake their head and now we have understood like that, you know. But it's a big exercise with the ethics committee members because all the time it's a dialogue between them, teaching them. So that's why you have to say all research has inherent risk. One joke that I can tell you is when I said there was a study where echocardiography had to be done. And somebody said no risk. I said all research has inherent risk. Echocardiography also. I said yes. The patient may develop itching by the material that you use, or the patient may fall from the table. Then he said, okay, now I'm reminded of one thing. One surgeon, always he used to end up in failures, you know, all operations done, failed. One operation was successful. So the patient was being carted out of the operation theater. While he was being carted out, the ceiling fell on him. Okay, this is just on the lighter side. So types of review, you must remember, exemption, less than minimal, you saw that, no, non-identifiable. The hood should actually remind you of that. Expedited, minimal risk. Full committee, besides the minor increase and more than minimal risk, vulnerable population. Here, tribes are all vulnerable. They are also included in the full committee review. And then you have, okay, one thing that I wanted to highlight was, when we say expedited review, we have, you can see the people there, no? 3 only. Member secretary, chairperson, and an expert. But people have a clinician and a non-scientist also there. It depends on how their SOP talks about it. They may not have the expert for that particular subject. So they may invite somebody. So that has to be written in the SOP. But the people will be less in number. Full board means all the members have to be there. And I told you about the quorum also. So this is actually page 50 of the guidelines, which talks about informed consent. So what you see on the left side are essential elements. So you can't say that there's no risk, as Chakma was telling. No risk you can never say. So there's no risk, so why should we write about risk? They will say. So risk element will be missing. You can't miss that. You have to explain that, why there is no risk. Benefit, they will say, this is beneficial for you. Then what is the research there? You have already declared that there is, it is, and this is most often seen in traditional medicine. Okay, so everything that is written there has to be there. Compensation, you will not be given any compensation, so you don't write compensation. No, you have to write that compensation head for participation, and you have to explain why that person is not getting, because you can write, you are coming for your routine care, and that's why we are actually taking, or we are taking extra blood when it is being taken for investigation. So there's no question of travel expenses and things like that. Okay, or we are coming to your place. Now, tribal health or research, you generally go to the field. So why should you compensate for that travel? No? So like that, you have to explain actually. And then you have this division of responsibility that reduces the work of the ethics committee in general. Legal person will look at the legal documents. The clinicians, experts, basic scientists will all look at the science. And these people are the most important people, not most, I would say, very important people, because they look at the soft side of life. Clinicians, etc., have that tubular vision, no, only science. This cell will go there and that cell will come here. So there'll be an attack, there'll be a what you call cytokine storm, all that. Okay, but this cytokine storm is affecting the individual. And who will look at that? The social scientists. Okay, that group. So the lay person actually is a very important person, most important person, who will study the language of the informed consent document. They don't understand means it's of no use to give to participants. So I'll not go into further details about it. And then you have this I think we jumped. Injury. This can actually happen during the period of the trial. Can happen even afterwards also. During the period of the trial, whatever injury happens, you have to manage. And that is called medical management. And when it is seen that this was not due to the research, but due to other reasons, then that point onwards, the patient has to pay for the cost. Generally, for research, the patient doesn't pay. But when it comes to the things which are not related to that research, then they have to bear the cost. But medical management in the beginning is not denied. It has to be done. Ancillary care is something similar. Like you have a project on gastritis and the patient has developed cough. A cough to respiratory system hai, mera nahi kisme ko lena dena. So you can't ignore the person. If it is a patient in practice, then you refer the patient, no, pulmonologist ko dekho, or you go to the respiratory medicine department if it's a government institution and all that. And then you don't bother what's happening to the patient. Maybe he comes for follow-up and he says, and if the doctor remembers, or if he's caring, he will ask what happened. That's all. But for research participants, he is on a higher pedestal. You have to follow what happened. In COVID, what happened was mild to moderate proposals. And these patients, some of them were ending up in ICU. So reporting, when they have to report, they say that he went to ICU. So what happened there? He went to ICU. Finished story. But participant means you have to find out what happened in ICU. Whether the patient died or not, that creates a difference because you have to report about death, isn't it? So for your other complaints, whatever treatment you give, sometimes you will treat or you will refer the patient, but you will keep a tag. That is ancillary care. And more than that, sometimes you may have to pay. That is a financial management. And that happens when there is a death. And there are 4 conditions where death doesn't occur, but there is injury. And that is permanent disability, congenital anomaly, chronic life-threatening disease, and reversible SAE. Will not go into detail about that. Decision making, you already heard about this. why we actually have minor revision and major revision is to decide which committee will see that. Minor revisions may be, typos or grammatical errors, or it may be one site joining, one site going, one PI, one more PI coming in, one PI going. This doesn't increase the risk, isn't it? Risk element is not affected by that. So that becomes minor revision and it can go to expedited review committee. But any change in research methodology, any change in informed consent document goes to full committee again. Very often I have heard, chairpersons and the members declaring, "Ha, ye expedited review mein jayega." It's only a minor change in the informed consent document. Informed consent document is the document protecting the participant. You have to see what is a change. You never even know whether that change will be done, no, unless you see that. And then we have the minutes. How do you write minutes? That's also an art. You have to write about scientific aspects. These were done, sample size was seen, inclusion, exclusion, everything was satisfactory, finished story. But if there were some issues, you will write about that. Ethical aspects. There, the most important aspect is risk-benefit assessment. You have to comment something about that. This is acceptable or risk is more. The PI was asked to do, instead of CT scan, asked to do ultrasound. Scientifically, it's okay. So like that. Vulnerability, whether the population was vulnerable. Did you take any safeguards or not? So that the researcher is responsible, the ethics committee is responsible. So that should be reflected in the ethical aspects. Informed consent document, of course, risk nahi likha. You are not written about how can you write that it is beneficial and things like that. No, whatever is discussed, that has to be highlighted. Then only the minutes are complete. And then you have continuing review. As you can see, the stepwise procedures, progress report, protocol, amendments, it comes sometimes, in between. So that has to be approved, protocol deviation, violation, non-compliance, AESE report. If any new information comes, that also has to be told to the ethics committee and fresh consent has to be taken. And then submission of final report. Monitoring during the period can be done by ethics committee, data safety monitoring board, from the sponsor side, auditor or monitor, and then regulator side inspection. Site monitoring is important. There's routine monitoring, that is you see periodically, whether these people are submitting their progress reports or not, and especially for higher risk and vulnerable participants, this is important. And for cost means there's a cost and it is of concern. So you do on-site monitoring for these. And that may be because too many recruitments, too many A's or SAEs, or somebody has said that something hanky-panky is going on here. Once you get that in written form, you have to do a monitoring on-site. And there are other reasons given in ICMR guidelines. I'll not go into detail. And then you have this record keeping. How you keep your records. Please don't keep it in wooden almirahs. You have to know that white ants can eat your documents also. There was one investigator who was asked raw data because his publication was very doubtful. And then he very happily says, white ants ate the raw data. Okay, so there is no scope for that if you have steel almirahs. And you should not keep files like this in a haphazard way. So you keep guidelines, regulations, composition, membership, CVs, and then SOPs, active, inactive files. When we say active means all ongoing, and initial review will be active. Inactive means finished. All these rejected proposals, and then you have this finished proposals. But on all that, you have to stamp that these are finished ones. SOPs, actually, when you revise the SOP, the previous SOP should be stamped that it is obsolete or some other means by which you know that this is no longer to be considered, but you have to keep it with you. Okay. And then you have electronic storage also. I was in a survey physically, but the review was electronically. It was very difficult actually. Then why were we sitting there physically? Of course, we went to the office and all that. We saw the files and things like that. But every other thing was we actually attend board meeting also. Even the board meeting was virtual. Okay, so there are various ways in which these things are done. So in the archiving section, you have to have all your data, everything should be under control. And once you have finished the job, you shred the document. And it is not like you pack everything and give it to a peon or a tender and say that, okay, get it shredded. No, these are confidential documents. Either you go along or the one who is receiving it should give you a declaration that this will be treated as confidential. Because if something leaks out, you are not in trouble. And then see how the records are kept, color code, ongoing trials, new trials, you give us different color codes, it becomes very easy to pick up. For correspondence, have a logbook, who was given what, you received what, and things like that. Record keeping also is an art, actually. I have already actually explained this, so I'll not go into details. You can actually classify if you have more almirahs, your institution is, lavish with that, then you can have it like that. But I was told that regulatory clinical trials, the files are this big. Another amendment comes, another big lot. Okay. So one shelf will be full with only one proposal. Academic trials, hundreds will be in one shelf only. Okay. So you have to actually work accordingly and always have on the rib what the proposal is, which year, and the number of that proposal, because EC always gives a number to the proposals. And then communication. EC communicates to the PI. Always remember, EC cannot borrow the institutional letterhead. EC should have its own letterhead. And write in that, I will not go through the whole thing. It writes in that you have to give annual reports, you have to report AESA, protocol, deviation, violation, things like that. All those things, those materials are available on the website. So, and then finally, the chairman or the member secretary signs, provided it is given as per the SOP. Sometimes the chairman also is a researcher. That person is in another institution from outside the institution. So that person is correct to be a chairperson. But he has association with this institution and has a proposal where he is also a PI. So you have to think of alternate chairperson. And then member secretary also is a clinician, basic scientist, whatever. They have their own proposals. They cannot sign their own letters. So you need to have alternate member secretary also. Consider that. So, and then you have this DCGI, any change in composition of ethics committee, even DHR, if there is a change in ethics committee composition, you have to inform them. Change of PIs, SAE analysis, and NOC for academic research. That is, if the ethics committee feels that this has a regulatory element, they have to send an email to the regulators. And within 30 days, they should get the reply. If you have not received the reply, you presume that it's okay to go ahead. Sometimes the regulator has sent an email 2 months later or 3 months later saying that, hold on, this comes under our purview. So the problem is, if you give such proposals to PGs, they have lost time, because then they will have to seek another proposal, because By the time it goes to the regulator, comes back, your year is out. Okay, so never give such a proposal. Some institutions say no RCTs for PGs. Okay, so each institution has their own policy. And then, of course, the patient. Patient has to appeal if the patient doesn't feel satisfactory. You know, in the informed consent document, you have last contact details. There you say if you feel that your human rights have been violated, approach the chairperson or the member secretary, whatever. So the patient also can complain. So it has to be dealt with, and that SOP also should be there in the ICM, in the SOP, how you will deal with the patient. So the chairperson, first he deals, then not satisfactory. I mean, I'll have to call all the members. So the all full committee meets, and then they reach a decision. The patient is not satisfied. This decision has to be told to the institutional head. Then the institutional head, in consultation with the chairperson, will decide what to do. And then even then the patient is not satisfied, that person can go to the court. Okay, so all these have to be actually described in the SOP, because you will not know how to deal with it if such a thing happens. So with that, registration for the regulators is 5 years in CDSCO. For the non-regulatory proposals, it is Department of Health Research for 2 years initially and then 5 years. Accreditation is actually quality review. And that is by 3 bodies in India. One is American AHAP, and the other one is SITCA, which is the WHO initiated one, and NABH, our own national thing, only for ethics committee, which do regulatory clinical trials. So the cheapest is NABH, then comes SITCA. AHAP can be afforded only by corporates. So in our country, we have 5 or 6 institutions, mostly Apollo and Manipal, which have gone through that. In the SITCA, 17 institutions are recognized, and several of them have actually undergone re-recognition. NABH runs into hundreds. So that is the story about accreditation. We also have something called EEC, which FERCI along with PATH had formed, and it has been handed over to CDSA, that is Clinical Development Services Agency, which is actually part of DBT institution THIST, the Translational Health Science and Technology Institution. And it is actually now available for a price. It was free for some time. So the number of institutions have come down, but they say that it is very useful, because the investigator, when they submit, if they haven't filled a particular field, it doesn't move forward. So they will have to fill that field. And then, of course, the EC Secretariat deals with everything is electronic. But when it comes to meeting, it is physical meeting. So take home message, you have to select the members very appropriately, and they should be competent enough to discharge their duties. SOPs are necessary for EC work. Without that, you can't proceed. You can't register also. Benefit risk assessment is very essential, and conflict of interest management. With that, I end my story. And this is Justice Venkat Chalaya, the Chief Justice of India, who actually was the chairperson of the first revision of ICMR guidelines. So this is, of course, a training workshop. And you see in the background, Dr. Satyavati, who became DG later. She was actually, I would say that she was instrumental in getting this ethics training done. And first 2 people from ICMA who had gone, Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy and Dr. Rema Matthew, both of them from the NIRT, the research, Tuberculosis Research Center. They both went for that training. And you know the story, how Dr. Vasanta moved it forward in ICMR. So he was the chairperson for that. And his condition was that I will be chair, and he was NHRC, National Human Rights Commission chairperson at that time. He said, I will be chairperson only if you make it into law. Over the years, we tried to have a bill on these ICMR guidelines, but what happened was it went into some dark corner. We had been struggling, revising it again and all that. Finally, now with the NDCT rule, accidentally, it has got mandated. Okay. One thing that I forgot about Eva Kaur, the lady you saw, no, who was a survivor. What she said was, after some years, she forgave Mengele. And she said, after that, a big burden was off my shoulders. There's nothing great than the power of forgiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think absolutely mesmerizing and stimulating. Yeah, Dr. Kavita wants to ask some question. Yeah, Dr. Kavita wants to ask some question. Please.
Madam, first of all, thank you for this wonderful keynote. And here I have, I am Professor Kavita and Professor Head of the Department of BGY. And I am presently part of the people committee of the legislation, this and also of this here. And also the coordinator of medical education. So, first of all, thank you for this opportunity also. The question that I want to ask, and is that he's saying that saying people cannot write no risk. You said that you have to write less than minimal risk. But for bio issues, for bio waste, for example, if there are dentists and they're doing that too, it is going to be dusting. But you are doing some research on that. Like I'm an obstetrician, I'm going the placenta into the dustbin after the delivery. But if I take the placenta tissue and subject it, it is of no risk. So even if it is of no minimal risk, so why can't we write no risk? No risk, because it's a waste. So it's no, and this is just in doubt.
There is actually another very big, the very big issue here. You know, biological material actually has been covering that. There's something called benefit sharing. Okay, you are taking that placenta for some risk and for some research, and you are getting some commercially potential outcome. Okay, from whom you have taken the placenta, that person doesn't get given. And these are actually great issues when it comes to biological science. So this waste material is no longer a waste. And this is actually, you know, sometimes there was an agency which presented this proposal to ICMR also to take organs. Okay, the college department, you go 6 months later, they want to incinerate. Don't do that, give it to us. But they are not telling that they will actually get cell lines made and things like that, which they will sell commercially. They will give to the researchers for a price. But what goes to the patient? Patient dead means okay, but how many is there? This is what happened in Mila cell.
We will definitely take care of this. There are, I know, n number of questions, then I can see one more in place. Hello. Good evening. I am Dr. Suren Kumar Gaur, Professor, Head of the Department of Pharmacology, Government Medical College of India. So first, madam, thank you. You have given the very good information meeting from the history of the 2017 guidelines and 2019 clinical trial guidelines. Thank you, madam. I have some queries. In 2017, I did the lab research guideline, and even the clinical trial rules 2019. while constituting the ethics committee, there is no statistician in that guide.
No?
No statistician.
Statistician.
There is no statistician. Yes. So that lacking I am feeling. Because if you see the 2006 or 2013 guideline, it was there. But in the current guideline, that statistician post has been removed. So because the all medical fellows, they are not too much expert on the statistics. So we feel always lacking. That is the one.
You are right, actually, in Singapore, there's an institution which actually makes a statistician go through the proposal first. Okay, then only it comes to the ethics committee. There are different mechanisms. And some people, and even the clinicians, are able to give inputs about the sample size and we in ethics committee where they very well discuss that. Okay, but the presence of statistician is helpful and it comes in the social science area.
Even previously, you see that the community medicine was post was there. But unluckily that the NCI has removed it. There is no need of the statistician post in the community medicine department. So now there is no post for that. So please, I don't know, you are concerned with the ICMR still, so that point should come. The statistician always.
Part of that committee which brings the next.
Okay, and the second thing, madam, second. Always that so many argument happened with the head of the institution, with the committee secretary. You know that this is also one of the big OSA. As a part of the becoming head of the department, there is a one work. Second is the becoming the member secretary of the biomedical research is a OSA. It's a big one. So why that the honorarium not put by the ICM or the CDSCO, while external member or the internal member, they should entitled to get the honorarium.
That is a policy matter. Actually, internal members, everywhere, even when we go, we don't get.
So
But now I get because I am external.
even we are calling the external member, head of the institution, there is no rules. How we can pay the honorarium?
No, no, no. I see the guidelines describe that you could give. And there are institutions which very proudly say, none of our members get honor.
No,
They are very external.
it's bad, madam, bad. Because people are doing the many reviews
Yes,
they are
yes,
doing.
we understand
So
that.
that point should come.
That point is already there.
I didn't get, madam,
You see, I say my guidelines.
which rule number? Please tell me.
Not rule, it is actually given that we members should be compensated. Okay, it is there. And also.
Needs some correction, external and internal, both members would be compensated.
That
No,
cannot.
sir, this is the wrong, sir. You know that how much pay you are getting for the running the committee.
No,
Any-
actually, can be it. And we have been actually even externally also when Philippines and all that they were not paid. They used to say same thing as I said.
External
When
member
we are doing, extra. work
External member is outside of the institute.
Yes, yes.
Is external is outside of the.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But even the internal person also.
They should be entitled to get.
That is a policy decision. If
Which
I
actually-
say one-
No, it is not point, madam. If they are telling the policy decision, why reason is that if the policy every 2 months, every 1 or 3 month interval committee are sitting there, so person are not getting interest. अरे यार कुछ तो मिलने में गाय के बार है.
You are right, you are only dedicated people are able to continue.
Okay.
It's it's all.
It is your institute now, autonomous, your dean can take that decision whether to pay or not to pay. It is not. There is a guideline, there is a guideline. Ethics
Say, for example, for the ICMR institute, the ICMR will have to take a policy.
So that should come in the policy, madam. Then the institute will implement. They will be bounded to implement. Just my humble request. Okay, third, another one question is that. Committee members in the biomedical health research and the clinical trial committee both need the separate license, I know that. different rule, one from, one through the Sugam portal, one through the native, DHR, that I know that. So these two, same members should be in the both committee? Can do. Okay. Acha, one you told, ma'am, that the, on the site assessment, with the approval has been done for any project. So site, what the PI is doing that, how that, data collection, all the process, ethical, unethical, what the work is doing that. Who will see that? Ethics committee members always will go there. So all the institutional data safety monitoring board, that committee should review that the on the spot. Assessment. What should be that? Exactly.
DSMB is not for all purposes. But the ethics committee can monitor all. Okay, at random, I told you about the routine one, that will be at random. But when there is a cause for concern, we have to do on-site monitoring, and this is now, by rule also you have to. But let me tell you, most of the ethics committees don't do this. But now by rule, they have to do it, they will have to show the progress. So how many monitoring?
So what will be the role of the institutional data safety monitoring board?
Institutional data safety monitoring board you don't have. Data safety monitoring board actually is created per proposal.
May not have the role.
Okay. Only in very rare cases it is institutional. It's
Okay.
very rare.
Okay.
Okay, and those is the premier institute.
Okay. One another question. For the same size committee, what will be the members? Yes, I want to.
Oh my God.
Yes, designation. Yes,
You have to have stem cell expert, initial and basic. That is the mandatory inclusion. Rest is almost. empty.
And this needs the separate license
They have to register. To
Uh,
the
to the-
Apex coming.
through the teacher.
No. Separate, it is the Apex, stem cell research and therapy. Committee.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we need to absorb it by having a tea which is waiting outside. So it's absolutely essential what Madam has said to absorb it and to digest it. And then please break for 15 minutes. We are already late, so I will take it.
I think something madam should left for the next. We start when we're ready. लग रहा है वो बंदा बड़ा पोस्ट था वहां पे लेकिन ऐसा बात तो सही है वैसा भी हम लोगों ने देखा था एक्स्ट्रा मिलना चाहिए आपको आपकी
मेरा चार्जर तो लगा ही नहीं यहाँ पे तो पता चला मेरा वो ऑन ओके ठीक है देख लो ठीक है मैं क्या करता हूँ तो फोन मेरा फोन ही चार्ज है मैं फोन पता नहीं चलेगा वही तो देखना चाहता हूँ भाई हाँ ये इसमें चलेगा क्या मेरा फोन हेलो हेलो फोन डेड हो गई लगा नहीं तो ये नहीं चलता है चलता है यार ये कोई आप लोग गाड़ी चाय वाय नहीं एक दो लड़के नहीं कौन चाहिए अच्छा ठीक है चाय वाय जरूर पी लीजिए चाय और आप भी पी और जाइए मैं देखूँ थोड़ा थोड़ा जल्दी आना है चाय पीने से मैं आ गया हाँ
Which topic is this?
We are just
In
confirming,
it is not there.
we are confirming.
I think we left the.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, but I was wondering if it was. Not.
You can also मैडम पे शेयर कर मैडम को शेयर कर
तो वहां से शेयर करने के लिए दे दो।
मैडम को शेयर कर वो दे देते ना मैडम रिक्वेस्ट कर देना
तो वो बोल रही है शेयर करने की रिक्वेस्ट।
तो मैडम ने दे दिया नहीं ना रिक्वेस्ट मैडम मैडम से बात करा दी
ऑनलाइन रिक्वेस्ट।
हाँ मैडम से बोले
Hello, Meda, you sent an online request. We'll give you the request to write to check.
वहाँ से दे
That is what they are asking. Okay? Okay, please, fine. Okay, good afternoon once again, and we are back for our next sessions. There are a lot of things. I think we'll have all those doubts and clears. I'm introducing our next speaker. She is Dr. Medha Joshi. She will be joining us, addressing us online because of some urgent unavoidable. Let me read about her, introducing her CV. She's an independent consultant and information management service specialist. And at present, she is a member of Central Ethics Committee of ICMR Delhi, which the whole country ethics committee who regulates the multi-centric studies and all. She is one of the member of that. And she is also the information service national cancer grid at Tata Memorial Center, Mumbai. And she has 40 years of experience in this field. And I'll request now Dr. Medha to please begin her presentations. Thank you. I can start, Dr. Medha. You can hear her. Ravi, share the screen. Huh? Dr. Medha, unmute yourself.
Yeah. I have done that.
Okay, now you can start speaking, please.
Yeah. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much. And my sincere apologies for at the last moment due to certain issues at home. I could not join you in person. Would have loved to be there to interact personally, but thank you so much. And allowing me to do this online. Now, I have done the first of all is I would want to acknowledge and thank Dr. Lalita Savardekar for helping me with some of the slides. And she so graciously supported some of the slides for me. So that was a little lesser work for me. And Dr. Nandini Kumar, who has been my teacher and guide through this whole journey of bioethics. Her constant interactions whenever we met, and even for this particular lecture, some 1 or 2 tips that she gave me helped me design this slide a little better. And I hope we take it forward. Dr. Nandini Kumar has already talked about these 3 or 4 principles and also the codes which actually mandated the informed consent. So we will just take it forward from there. And we will understand who are the stakeholders first. And the stakeholders are the investigators, the EC members, the sponsors, the participants, the people who are going to sign as witness, and the LAR. All are the stakeholders of informed consent. And all these people need to understand what goes into it and what is that is to be communicated, and how easily and how in simple language should it reach the person who would ultimately decide to participate or not to participate. So if we look, all these 4 principles are embedded into the informed consent form in a different format, which we do not tag it, but we actually try to execute these principles in the informed consent. For example, when we talk of respect to participants and diminishing or to, see that they give the freedom to choose or not to choose, we say that you choose through consent process. It is voluntary. You may reduce it. You may withdraw anytime. You may decline to participate. Information is given in complete easy format. The complete part of research is given there in the first half of the informed document, and that helps them to take a voluntary decision. So there is no coercion. We tell them that you have to take your own decisions. There is no burden or binding on you to participate because you are taking study on the side. Beneficence and non-maleficence, where we say that the benefit should be there, minimizing or the risk will be there. All these things comes into the research method. The same thing we are going to communicate it to the participant through our informed consent document, where we say that the risk and benefits are these, you will get these benefits, or you may not get any benefits. The benefits may be, the outcome may be beneficial to the future patients or future community. We may tell them that there are risks which are mild, which are severe. And if these risks come, how is that we are going to help you to come over these things? All these type of things we will systematically tell them so that there is transparency. They get every bit of information of what will happen to them if they come into this. What is the risk that is they're going to undertake by saying yes to the study or participating in the study. Similarly, justice, we say the risk and benefits of research must be distributed fairly. That means that people who come on board for should be across the complete strata of community and not single people, because if there are more benefits, you would want to choose somebody. So that shouldn't, so there is a fair procedures of selection of participants. That is also possible because the upfront you tell the participant, why are you being invited to be with us on this study as our participant? Because these things, and you fill the criteria, therefore we invite you. It's always an invitation. You don't say you are asked to participate. No, the language of the ICM, of the informed consent, is very, very important, whereby we tell them you are respected. Your decision to participate will be respected, and we will see to it that we give you minimum risk, and we will take care of any mishaps or any harm that is happening. We will immediately see that you are taken care of that. So that is what we are talking about. So what it is a document, or it is a communication process. And this communication process starts from before you actually have the participant on your research study. So you screen and you decide that these are the people who can be a participant. They are eligible for participation. You talk to them, you give them this informed consent, allow them to sit over it, sleep over it, think about it, and come back and give their decision. That's the process. But Till the study ends, you are continuously communicating with the participant in the form of informed consent. So often you make changes to the protocol, you need to go back and tell the participant that there is a change and would you still want to continue. If there is some new information that is coming up because of your study or because somebody else did somewhere and that impacts your study procedure, study outcomes, you would want to go back to the participant with a document which is informed consent, again as a revised, updated one, telling them there are certain changes here and here. Would you like to see this? This is what is coming. This may be beneficial, may not be beneficial. So you kind of tell them to reassess their participation at intermittent time of your research till it ends. And you communicate a final report to the ethics committee about these things. So it starts with prior to the initiation of the study and continues throughout the study. What is communicated in this? Everything about the research. What is the title? What is the aim and the objective? Why are you being invited? What will happen if you participate in this? What is that I'm looking for as an answer to my research question? What is their responsibility if they come on board? Like maybe they would have to visit the hospital 10 times, or they would want to, they would have to give away blood, some 5 ml blood at a certain point of time. Continuous investigations may be required for that study. All these things, processes will be tell them, the timeline we will tell the patients. We will also tell the participants about what is that when this is happening, what is the study about, will be the outcome, if there are any changes, if there is a requirement of counseling, there will be people available to them, experts available to them for counseling and psychiatric mental health help. All these things will be. So in short, we are saying that everything will be told about the research that we write in few pages in scientific words. We tell them exactly what will happen in their own language, or a language that they understand, the level of language that they understand, and they are able to comprehend. They are able to understand and digest and know what they will go through if they participate. So that is what we are going to tell the participants through this. And of course, at the end of it, we say it's voluntary. You have a right to choose. You have a right to decline. You may participate and you may at certain point of time withdraw it without giving any reasons, and that may not impact any of their rights, which are treatment rights, moral rights, legal rights. Everything is protected. So when we say we protect through informed consent, we convey to them that this is what will happen, but everything about you is protected. That is what is the undercurrent of informed consent that has to go to the participant. So how is it defined by ICH GCP? It says a process which is voluntary, in which a subject voluntarily confirms his or her willingness to participate in a particular trial after having been informed of all aspects of the trial that are relevant to the subject's decision to participate. Informed consent is documented by means of written, signed, dated, which is called as informed consent. So informed consent document consists of two parts: the patient or participant information sheets, which is about the study, what will happen and everything about that. And the next part, the second part, is the informed consent form, where actually they agree that they are participating, they don't mind the storage of their samples, they don't mind the collection of the data, they don't mind leftover data to be used again for some other study. All that futuristic approvals also that can be given, they sign it on that with date, the sign by the person who administered, and the sign of the witness, and in case if it is incapacitated person, the legal representative signs on that. So all that becomes this. In case of children who are younger, then there is an assent participation sheet is also there. So there will be two information consents. So we'll look at it a little later. So this is what I say GCP tells us about. So of course, informed consent will cover all the ethical aspects of the study and the legal aspects of the study, whereby we protect, we do not exploit, and we have ensured minimum harm. We tell them that there will be minimum harm, and we protect the rights of the people. So what is this? The purpose of this informed consent is to be informed. Informed about what? Risk, benefit. And I have the understand that I am voluntarily deciding to participate. There is no burden on me. There is no push. There is no other requirement whereby I get feeling that I have to participate, otherwise there will be some other impact on my regular treatment. That doesn't happen. So that's the purpose of informed consent. So here it is, there's a person sitting with a huge document, almost a thick booklet. There are other scientists and peeping from here. I give credit to Dr. Lalita Savardekar for this image, which talks about, have you finished? I think he's on this page. So if he's on 42 page, I don't know how many pages more remaining to read. Perhaps he's asleep. So what is the problem here? It is too lengthy. Maybe it is too technical words into it, which is difficult to understand and comprehend and really understand what's going to happen if I say yes. So we do not want an informed consent of this type. This is another one where a person is asking the other person, so what do you think about the outcome of the study? And the person is, oh, I was on a study. That means what? Though the person was consented, he was ill-informed. That means did not understand what was happening. He just nodded everything and signed because he was said sign on this paper. Afterwards, you're asking for a feedback about the study and the outcome. The person is unaware and he just suddenly realized I was in a study. So this is not what should happen with the informed consent. That's what we are trying to say here. So what is simply we are saying, what are the requisites? We receive, the patient or the participant receives all information about the study. There has a communicate, well communication, constant communications, and answering their questions while being administered the ICF. They understand, ensure that they understand. So often, when there are complicated studies, there are always a little questionnaire after the administration of the ICF that does this mean? Have you understood this? Have you understood this? Just to ensure that the participant has understood what it has been told or what they have read. And after having considered, thinking over it, talking with their relatives, talking with their family physician, and they have come to a conclusion, they have they understood this question? So often that is taken as a test to feel that they have understood a very complicated study, ability to reason why they would want it. And once they have done this, they convey their participation to the researcher or non-participation to the researcher. What happens then that they need to, if they agree, they need to sign on a document which is called as informed consent form, where and dated accordingly, and all others also have to sign. This is then documented into their master file. And then all through this process, they have to seek that there is no coercion happening to the participant by no format, in no way. Like saying, if you come on the study, you will get a quicker treatment. Your treatment will start immediately. This is coercion. This is coercion, especially in cases where there is a long wait to get into that system of management. Then saying such a single sentence before administering the consent or at the end of the consent is coercion, enough coercion for the patient or participant to come on the study. So this is something that happens often. So coercion need not be always in kinds or gifts or in monetarily, or because you will get a travel to expenses to come, but it can also be of these kind of coercions can happen. So the characteristic is, it is of course a legal document, but it has to be in a simple language. Complete scientific information is given. Most importantly, it has to be sensitive towards the community from when the participants will be accrued. So all the aspects of cultural, social issues have to be considered while talking to them, while communicating to them, and while that study is being designed itself. So that means what? The whole document should have essence of the study, taking care that the sensitive issues are well addressed for the participant to understand, coming from this community, their religious beliefs are not disturbed, or their cultural things or cultural habits are not changed, or they do not have to stay away for a longer time from the family because they may be in a joint family. All these kinds of things have to be taken care of. Apart from that, you also need to tell the participant that you can take adequate time to decide. Often we find that there is a pressure when you do a sponsored study, accrue quickly, we need to start because it is multicentric, other people have done, and you have to do your 10 participants immediately, and there is a push from the investigators to do so, but I guess that's not correct. And therefore we need to give them adequate time to listen to what we are saying, read what we have given them, go back and think about it, talk to their caretakers at home or families at home, friends, or their family physicians, and take a decision. So that actual adequate time is given. Now, this adequate time can change or be dependent upon kind of study, how complex, how simple, or how investigative it is, it depends on that. Time for clarification of doubts from researchers from the team is also very essential. So we talk about, so these are the simple all elements that have to be present, which have been talked about by Dr. Nandini, but I'll just quickly run over this: the title, the purpose of the study in simple language, expected duration, how long will the participant be. So the study may end in say July 23, but the participant need to come up for follow-up for the next 3 months. So the study ends after 3 months. So on paper, you have finished collecting the data by July, but the participant keeps coming until for the next 3 months as a follow-up, maybe every week, every month, every 15 days, whatever the frequency is. Then the participant needs to be told that I will collect data from this store, but we will keep a watch on your well-being for these next 3 months. You would have to come to the OPD for and follow up with us. So that is what is the study period. Alternate treatment options. You need to tell them that if you don't participate, what is going to happen. It will be a standard care that we are giving, but if you come here, you get a new drug which we are testing. Pre and post test and the results and communication. So you do certain tests pre-screening, because of which you decide, and after they have participated, you continue to do some other tests also to find out how it has impacted. You need to tell the participants about this also. So these have to be communicated, and the results also, if they are beneficial or whatever, or if they're harming, you need to communicate and help them with dealing with those things. Counseling should be made available for so many studies where there are issues which can run into the family, which you need to talk about the family. There are genetic things. So these things also need to be counseled with them. Benefits to participants. What is this? What is to the community it will go? Whether it will go or not, you need to upfront tell them what it is. Often we will see ICF saying there is no direct benefit to you immediately, but perhaps the outcome may help us to treat the future communities better. That is said. So that's okay, but we need to tell them. Often we also say that it may help, it may not help. It may help you by reducing your pain. It may help you by allowing you to do your normal activity throughout the day in a better format than what you're doing now. That could be immediate benefits or smaller benefits for the participants on this. That could be said. What are the risks? Now, many times there are certain risks. For example, in cancer studies, you will find that there are studies that are mild risks. There are there are minimal risk, there are mild risk, and there are severe risks or side effects that you could call, or AEs you could call. And what are these, and when do you, and whom need to you speak to, how you should be able to identify I'm getting into an adverse events, and how we can go and tell the investigator about it. So this is what also needs to be done. Of course, we need to assure that there is a confidentiality, privacy. We need to say what compensation that can get. So compensation can be in terms of management, or in case of any SAE or AE, manage or travel expenses, loss of wages expenses, of course, compensation for that. So, or partial or long-term disability caused because of the study. All this gets into the compensation category. Withdrawal, the clause that you can withdraw anytime, you can participate with your wish, but withdraw anytime, anything, and the details of the people. What also other important information can go is about the insurance, that you are going to store the sample for future use. It could be they may come back to you, but they may not come back to you for permissions, but they will seek EC approvals for the new study using the stored samples. If there is any commercial value to it, they will come back. We will come back to the participants and allow them to take little benefit out of it. All about information results can be given to them. So all this also can be added to them. The readability is very important. In the sense that we would want a language which is very simple, not more than 8th grade. Easy to understand. Often we use so many medical terms very frequently into our regular life or regular colloquially, it has got embedded into our regular language or our mother tongue. But often these are very complicated terms. They are big phrases in medicine which are very difficult to understand. It's very, very essential that we at least explain them, because the translated version of those words or phrases would be much more difficult to understand than asking it. For example, if you say X-ray, everybody understands. You say shock current, people will think, what is that? It's as simple as that. So we would want to use certain of the things, or we explain the terminology. For example, explaining randomization. This word is very, very difficult. And if you try to translate it into Hindi, Marathi, or any other language, perhaps a word which we have never ever used in our languages, we won't be able to understand. So we explain what does that mean. So flip of a coin, you explain it, and then you could continue to use it. So appropriate, the language should be appropriate as per the population. Where is the population coming from? Very illiterate category from, or people who are from mufsil areas who have not much education, or there is not much accessibility to information. All these people, then the language has to change, the way it is presented in the consent has to be changed. The translation should be in the local languages always, and often by approved translators. Often many ethics committees will have a list of translators with them, which they have agreed upon, and you could approach those committees as well. Those translators, or facilitate through your research committees for these things. So easy comprehension, less of medical or technical terminology is what is most essential here, apart from everything that we give, because we need to understand. So how do I review? As an ethics committee member, my responsibility is review the informed consent. Specifically, the social scientists and the layperson have to look at into every word of it. So first is, who is being asked, why are they being asked, when they will be come on the stand, where will be they consented is very important. Who will be asked is, whether just to find out that the people are not subordinate participants to the investigator, then there is a risk of being coerced or pushed into taking participation into that. Content information, of course, we need to see that the information is complete, it is concise, it is clear. And we do not want a big book of 50 pages to talk about, but often we'll find most of the sponsored trials have a very huge informed consent, because everything has to be provided and there is no way you can shorten it. It's always a big question and a big challenge for the ethics committees to, how do you advise the investigator to make it little smaller, easy to read, easy to remember or understand or comprehend the content of it. It has to be coherent, and the language has to be simple, easy and local. Voluntary participation, is that there or not? So when I say who is this, I will say who are the participants, where are they coming from? So there is no coercion. For example, you say that you participate in this, and this is a drug that has to keep into the fridge, and we'll give you a small fridge to maintain it. Coercion. You come here and we will pay you some 500. The person must be coming from the next mufsil area, which is very close to, he could walk down, but he gets 500 rupees. That's a coercion. So all these things, and whether people who are administering, are they trained or not? Are they available, aware of the trial or the study that is happening? Is that people who are qualified and trained should give this? When do you give this? Prior to the enrollment, not after they are on the study. Before that only you tell this. So there are post procedures, reconsent, assent are also required, which you need to do. So where do you do it? Emergency rooms, patients, all these things we need to consider. Where are these? Hospital settings, OPDs, special rooms, emergency rooms, charity wards. Where do you have made this aside? We need to, why this is important, because confidentiality, who is participating, who is being consented. We need to see that the patient is comfortable listening to you and is not feeling that he's being washed over the shoulder by other people. So school settings also is important. If there is a study about, how to self-study breast lumps in your own. How do you do this? So there was a study that happened in schools, and the school teachers were involved into it. Now, where do you give them consent, and where do you teach them how to do this? That is very important. So whether they have a community hall in the school, whether a classroom was made independently available, or there was a small ladies' room where they could do these things, that was very important. So community centers or in schools, how do you do it? Where do you do it? Becomes very important for us to know, because sometimes you would understand that these things are open and people can peep and see what's happening, and people get to know that that the comprehension is facilitated. All C's are reviewed. Technical, non-technical terminology terms are explained in simple languages, contextual to the community groups. So comprehension is easy language. Document avoids statements that indicate coercion, that if you participate, you get a fridge, or your travel expenses will be given. So I just say, when I say travel expenses at actuals, I may fly. and I taken this. So there has to be, so ethics committee will always tell us, or ethics committee should always say, put an upper limit to their travel expenses. Whether then if the patient is very critical, may not be able to, so there will be another person who will join him as a caretaker, need to pay for them also. You need to decide about these things. So statement of indicate coercions is possible. Statements that claim safety, benefits, effectiveness also should be a part of all these things. Who administers? The researcher, the treating physician, the nurse, the project staff, the research coordinator, whoever, they need to be trained, because often it will happen the nurse will give nurses on the research team, any one member of the research team, because often, you know, ethics committees should ask who will administer, and then they will identify several people. And if they say research coordinator or project staff, then immediately what training has been given to them about the study and how about training them on this ICF administration. Supposing if there is a field study and the person who goes to collect data will only administer the participant about the questions that are going to be asked and about the study, this particular person who goes on the field and collects door-to-door data needs to be trained on how to administer this question. What is the research about? Why are they asking these questions? What will happen after collecting this data? How is it going to help? Or policies, or define policies, or define activities, or national programs, whatever it is, that needs to be done. Therefore, training becomes very important. Often we will find that there are so many times that a deviation or violation is informed to the committee, and when we looked into it, we find that the person who did it has not been informed or not well trained upon this. Immediately, ethics committees, the coordinator or the nurse needs to be trained on this. The patient was not informed well about these things. So these are the issues about training, and training becomes very, very essential to this. Non-scientific, non-technical member plays an important role. Dr. Nandini has already talked about it, because we come from a community and we represent the community, or we represent the patient population, or we represent a particular community for whom the research will be conducted. I have to therefore become the voice of the community. So when I read every comma, semicolon on that, understand it well. And if I don't understand with my education, no person who is not well educated to understand will be able to. So the issue is about supporting socio-economic and cultural safety, apart from health and psychological health. So these all have to be this, and therefore informed consent has to be very well read, and for which we need to understand what research is happening. So as a lay person, we have to be very careful about listening to what discussions are happening on the project during the meeting, then what I have read and I have understood, and then correlate the two and make our own questions, agree or raise questions or ask for changes. So that becomes very, very important. That's where we add value to a review process for informed consent. A complete document is what? When it has the informed consent document where information is there, the consent form which has participants' date and signature, administrator's signature and date, witnesses' signature and date, and legal representative's signature and date. When it is children, we want an assent form, but when there is an assent form, there has to patient information parent information sheet and parent consent form as well. So this is only this. The impartial witness, who is a person who is independent of the trial, who is literate, and who cannot be influenced by people involving in the trial, attends the informed consent process, and then he agrees that yes, whatever was told was simple, the person has understood, and I have witnessed it, and therefore I sign as a witness. So that is what becomes. So patient's relative cannot sign on consent form as a witness. There are a lot of vulnerable populations. So we'll talk about children, pregnant women, incapable and tribal people. So there is no, what we have to do with this, when you talk of, for example, tribal people, they are anyway vulnerable population. What makes them more vulnerable is they are not educated, they are not exposed to new things, they are not well aware of the healthcare systems maybe, or they do not understand certain technologies that has not reached them. So that becomes more complicated to big things. Therefore, informed consent has to be very, very simple. Often in tribal and other population, you use pictures to explain them how to do it. So no coercion, no undue influence. There has to see that you give them good education about the study that you're talking about. The consent has to be sensitive and supporting health. In conflict of interest between the participant and the legal representative can happen in a group, in a community which is vulnerable population, and therefore one has to be very, very careful about these things. So amongst children, we say that they do not have the capacity to consent. So we write to them in a very simple one-page format what it is, why you should be participating. So we are saying that when there is less than 7, parent consent. 7 to 12 years, give them verbal information about that or even consent, and the parent or the legal representative. 12 to 18 years, written consent, assent and parent assent is a parent acceptance is required for this. When we are saying the child is affirmative, agreement to be participant in research, mere failure to subject should not, absent affirmative agreement, be conducted as assent. So when there is no answer from the participant as a child, it can be considered as assent. That's what they say. Why should a parent and a both decide? So in many countries, the child decides, but many of the children will say, if my parent says yes, we will do. So it is open in certain countries. So minimal risk, of course, everything that goes into informed consent goes here also, but in a smaller format, in less words, and in a very, very simple language for the child to understand. So irrespective of the risk, the parent has to be informed and the parent must agree to this. So they are also to be informed consented. If the parent is not there, whose legal custody it is. If the children are from the institutions, then the institution administrators have to talk about that. All these have to be, but the consent has to happen. So that means what? If there is a child, the parent takes care. If no parent is there, under whose custody the child is, that custodian has to talk. If it is an institution, the head of the institution or the administrator or people who are the group of, or the person who's been given the charge of this few group of children should talk about it, of course, with the administrator. So assent should be simple, appropriate to the age of the child, with all components in a very small format. Research on child abuse, etc., waiver of parental requirement may be possible. For example, if you're looking at children eating tobacco or trying to study about children having tobacco, chewing tobacco or smoking, they might not want their parents to know about it. So at such times, can AC consider looking at is waiver for parent consent, or about some kind of an abuse that they're taking into, or their sexual habits? Then in that case, they might not want their parent to look into it. So this is what, therefore, it is very tricky with children consent, and therefore we need to look at it because they can be exposed to humiliation or some kind of a strict action by the parents or their authorities or institution heads. So content should be developed as per the level of the child. Language should be consistent, simple. Emotional status of the child should be considered by telling them what the study is about and explaining the child how it will help the child, what will be done, what the child has to do, and what there will be any discomforts to the child. Contact information for further, that should be told, and emphasize the child can refuse to participate without affecting treatment or care. Often it will happen that the child may say no and the parent may say yes, and in that case, the child's decision is taken into consideration. Women, again, vulnerable population, especially in our case of society, the challenging procedure is whether they are culturally strong and whether they have enough autonomy to decide for themselves. Often father, mother, husband, or in-laws decide. Now that is where an issue comes, where we need to look into it. So research on sensitive topics, we have to be very careful, reading the informed consent, looking into these areas where they will not be able to compensate. So often, when you're looking at certain sensitive questionnaires, the ethics committee will always ask, especially quality of life. And you say, can you eat well? If it is a head and neck cancer patient, does the saliva keep dropping? Are you comfortable talking to your group people? Are you sitting aloof in your room? Often, can you eat with your own hands or need somebody to feed? Some of these can be very, very embarrassing questions, or questions which the participant may not be able to answer, or does not wish to answer. In that is, such questions have to be reviewed by the ethics committee and the members, and they would need to find out if this person will able to answer this or not. If you feel, then you can say that, well, let them have this, but you write a rider that they may refuse to answer certain questions, and it's fine. So protecting them from embarrassment also is important. That is what we say, that when there are sensitive topics, we need to be very, very careful about the consent and the intervention that is being done, type of information that we are collecting from them. All these things are important. Risk mitigation strategies, appropriate support systems have to be established for them. Consent from pregnant mother, consent of father is recommended if necessary. Now, this is decided by the EC and not as a mandate that the husband must say, because it is women's right to talk about her pregnancy. Language barriers are another area. So therefore, always in local languages, vulnerable, illiterate persons are also there. So always it is the witness who will explain to them what is happening and that they are okay with it and that they can participate. But it is very necessary, and often with illiterate person also, some of the people may use pictures. Tribal is another community which is vulnerable. I say the complexity increases with them because of their backwardness in socio-economic, all kind of cultural statuses as well. So local language and dialect of the population is required. Use of picture of informed consent. In the informed consent helps them to understand what will happen. Presence of appropriate witness. Always it is necessary that first take a permission from the leader of the tribe, who understands everything, and if that person nods, the tribe also agrees to listen to you. So they are the people who safeguard the community and keep them together, and therefore the leader is most important. Like as I said, if you're institutionalized children, then the institution's administrator or the teacher who is in charge of that group of children need to be first consented on this before you talk to the child. Similarly, in tribal group also, you need to look at these authorities and go and talk to them first, tell them this. Often this you will find that it is first to be a verbal consent and then you go for a written one. Individual consent, of course, is a necessary. Just by the tribal head agreement is not acceptable. Benefit of sharing, what will happen is obviously there. If there is any commercialization, initiate to the PI that if there is a commercialization, it goes back to the tribal group because they need to get benefit having participated in the study. So this is what is an example of an asthma study. And if you say, then you tell them this is what it is, you will be given some medicine, this type of how this pipe will work, and there are different type of treatments you can use this way. These are the risk factors that will happen to you, all these things, and that is how you can do. When you are coughing, you are like this. When you slowly take treatment, you may become like this. So this is how you explain, rather than writing this in so many words. This particular picture could help them understand it better. So there is a new concept here. This is not for health. This is usually for the geographical and their regional areas which they claim, and they're very protective about the area in which they stay. So this is free prior informed consent. It is from the FAO.org. But I guess that was something similar to what we look at. Like the consent should be freely given to everyone, priorly to the authority who says, I am the chief of this person, of this group, and that person gets an authoritative commitment that, okay, this looks good and my people can look into it. It's only then independent person can get an information about this. And after having done this, the decision is taken completely by the tribal totally, as this is what they will agree to. And of course, individual people will agree or not agree to it, but this is more about their agricultural land. But I thought when we talk about open consent, free consent and group consent and then individual consent, I think this also can be looked at for our own, for certain kind of studies, this could be a better option. Seeking consent, this is a systematic review from BMC, medical ethics, and they studied a lot of studies on the tribal group and how the consent was given, and different studies for different requirements. And they have a recommendation that seek collective consent from the communities, provide options of oral and written consent, avoid repetitions of wordings constantly because that confuses and you can develop a mistrust for yourself. Logical flow of information one after another in a simple language using posters, graphic and illustrating concepts for assisting understanding. That's what they are recommending after, I think they studied some 30 articles on this. Incapable patients, of course, some of these, unless they are withdrawn, you cannot go back to reconsent. but too young to make decisions. Yes, some people will, the legal representative takes or the parent takes, but when they go into age changes and they change over to adulthood, they should be reconsented. Altered mental status, if they come back into their normal being, they should be reconsented. Unconscious patients, they become conscious, you need to reconsent about it. So electronic consent is something that is very, very strong. And most of these information is picked up from ICMR guidelines 2017. This is para 5.5, much in detail, and you could look into this, but the basic things I have picked up as points, all elements are included in e-consent. So there is nothing that if it is in e-consent, it can be small. Why do you need an e-consent? E-consent nowadays to control the paper that you create, but more often when you go on the field, it is very difficult to carry bunch of papers to distribute, make them fill and take up the filled copy and then give them one copy more. So you're carrying huge lot of paper along. That's very, very unwieldy to do, and then management. So e-consent is best. So up to digital signature from this. But the issue here is, once you take an e-consent, you need to give them a copy of it also. So whether you give them a print e-copy or a print copy, that's important. There may be areas where they may not have an email. Where do you save them? Where do you give them this consent copy? The copy giving to the participant is essential for requirement of an ICF process. So this is what becomes an issue. Electronic format should have all kinds of text and graphics and illustrations that you would do in print should get translated into electronic format. Electronic format is only ease to do, to carry, and to maintain. So this is what happens, and even the assent, consent, LAR, all things, all digital signatures, everything happens, and all elements in simple language. The recommendations is, try to see that there is supervision. How can a supervision happen in a field work? That's an issue. Maintain a copy, soft copy format, give a print format. It is very difficult when you're out of your offices to give a print format. Or send an email if they do not have an email. What happens if there are participants who say, we do not want an electronic, we are not happy, or we are not comfortable using an electronic format, you bring me a print format. So you need to maintain the print as well as the electronic format. So these are some of the challenges that will come forward. But I guess as you come and as per every study, these challenges may increase or reduce its intensity, but we need to sort it down at the time of this, and ethics committee can give an opinion on this. Waiver of income consents for retrospective studies, where storage samples, surveillance studies, where there is huge data already there in the public domain, you're using it, or there is a data collected by a particular institution, or there are disease registries. These are already there and you can use this. You don't need a consent because anyway they're anonymized. You do not know from where they have come. You just have the data in front of you. The best example is the COVID data that we have collected, or the IARC cancer registries, or national cancer registries, the hospital cancer registries, the state cancer registries, and the IARC, the Globocan. All these are in public domain and you can have a look at this. Emergencies and disasters, humanitarian grounds. I'm not talking much upon this because I see there is a lecture down below in the evening on this. Research involves minimum risk to the participants and waiver not adversely affecting the right of the participant presently or after, even in the retrospective format, then this can be given as a waiver. Then such studies can be given. When does reconsent happen? They are study related. There are three sections: study related, new information, ongoing research, benefits may happen, changes in protocol, some additional risks are being seen, or there's an extension, or you would want to use a leftover sample again, you need to seek permissions, you need to give a reconsent. Participant related, improved condition, unconsciousness to consciousness, regains consciousness, you need to reconsent. Change in age, child to adult age, reconsent. Partner or spouse for additional reconsenting. For example, if you're talking about reproductive researches, then you need to look into this. The third one is the publication, where I might want to reveal certain information. For example, there was, especially in the case presentations or case studies, you would want to present a certain studies where you have found some 2 or 3 people in a very 1 in 10 lakh cases it happens, and you would want to share it. Obviously, it has to be shared. And then you would want that parts of his bodies or his face to be revealed. Then you need to seek permissions. You will not name the person, you will not name the address or any identification, but then often you are told that your eyes, the eyes should be blacked out because they are the things which will identify the person very quickly first. But that is very tricky. You need to seek permissions, and as far as possible, if you can do without the disclosure of the person, it is good. But publications are areas where you would at times you would want to disclose certain things which may link to the identification of the participant. A reconsent is necessary, because while consenting, you said when you publish, nothing will be revealed. Everything is anonymized. But now when you're doing a special case presentation, certain case becomes special, you would want to share it because that's unique. Then you would want to show this. So this is another. Then audio visuals are used. They have to be separate area. You see that they're soundproof because you do not want any noise, and you have a good infrastructure, and there is a sharing. The recording of what you have done is also to be shared. The merits, and there are demerits for every system that we use. Documentation well, increase in transparency. But demerits are that these files are huge, and storing of these files till the study and the regulatory requirement becomes very difficult. That digital space is required. So you kind of suddenly land into a situation of digital deluge for yourself. So once you store means you should be able to retrieve. So you need a system for retrieval as well. So this all becomes difficult. This is time consuming. Plus you need to have people who are trained on using this technology and indexing those things and calling it back whenever you require, and minimizing the file size to share it with the participants. You need to share everything with. So if you do an audio visual, share that also with the participants. So this is what becomes technology gives you a benefit. It also gives you a dismerit also to it. When you do public health research also, you need to do a verbal consent. There are sensitive topics. Broad consent for a small group of people with a similar options or interests where you have opt-out solutions. Group consent when you're doing cluster studies. This is all from the ICMR guidelines. Para 8.4 talks about in detail about all these things. Waiver of consents can be given when there are large databases. As I said, there are large anonymized samples that are stored. For example, you have tissue tumor repositories. They're all anonymized, and you can use those samples. All you need is an ethics committee permission to do that research, because ethics committee will see that you're justified in doing that research. You're using the resource justifiably. There is no unnecessary usage of this. And the question that you're asking is scientifically correct to do that. That all things are taken care of. There is no identification. Often you will go and ask the ethics committee that we have got the sample, but we need to know the clinical information of this particular sample. Now you go back and say that you have to go back to the ethics committee, seek permissions. If the questions for clinical information is required, only then the tissue tumor repository will give you clinical information. Because when you give clinical information, we are going to identify the patient. So this is what also is very, very important when you talk of stored samples. Stored data, stored samples is very essential. The moment you say we want a clinical information about this, we are going to identify the patient. So that is what. But often we do these things for deciding national policies or evaluating national health programs. Then I guess that's in public interest, and that should be considered for this. We do a lot of audits and surveys for ethics committees, and we have found lots and lots of difficulties with ICFs. Often they are signed, but dates are missing. They are signed and dated, but not signed by the administrator, or the witness has not signed. Often we have come across when the language of the ICF is in one language, the person is signed in some other language. For example, it is in English. Somebody is signed in Gujarati. We have seen this in Mumbai itself when we audited one hospital for this. And when we pointed out, the argument was, well, the person was educated. He prefers to sign in Gujarati, in his mother tongue. But you get to know when the sign is haphazard, and it's not actually a good signature, you know that the person is not well versed with the language. He may be knowing English, but may not be well versed to understand it. It is therefore essential that you give that. When we audited our own areas also, we found that the English was given to a Marathi person, Hindi was given to a Marathi person, and the person signs in Marathi. So this is a indication or an area which is gray, and a doubt which raises is that person has not understood. So therefore, wrong consent with wrong version has also happened. I say ethics committee approved a version 6. The consent was given on version 5. So ideal thing is to stamp on the versions that are to be utilized by the PI to use, and Xerox copies of those are made to give it to the patients or used when they are administered consent. This is just to see that you do not by mistake use an earlier version. Checkboxes often are not completed. So you say, I agree to participate. I do not mind my samples be used and stored for future studies. I don't mind my data being collected by the doctors for the. I don't tick on the future study aspect. Have I not done it purposefully, or I have missed out on that? Because if I don't want to use it, there should be a cross. If I want to use it, there has to be a tick mark. Then if I have missed out on that checkbox, that means my consent is not complete and it can be misused. Therefore, person who administers the consent should show this, because if this picks up an audit, a reconsent is advised. That the person must be called, re-advised, and ask him to sign on, tick on all things that he agrees or doesn't agree to. Consent forms are not available on your master file. That's another big issue when we check on the files or survey. Languages are different assigned. There are erroneous telephone numbers. If you have a mobile number, there's 1 digit less, or the numbers is different, doesn't get connected, because many times we did an audit in one hospital in Mumbai, and there was a number and we wanted to seek the opinion about that particular participant, and the number went wrong. So it connected to a wrong person. N number, that means what? That 1 digit was mistakenly written and that went wrong. So this should not be happening. We need to see this, and we not consented, reconsented, and revised. I said that was also seen often. Summary, we can say, summarize this. It's a key document. We need to obtain consent. Appropriate elements should be present. What we protect is the rights, safety, well-being of the participants in all aspects. It's a holistic approach. Ensure that the participants understand well. So ask them questions after they have done with. Able to decide participation based on information. PI is responsible to communicate through the period. If they appoint another team member, see that the person is trained on consenting. Communicates importance of informed consent to research staff to maintain standards of ethics in research communication. So we will often find ethics committee telling us, please retrain your staff on this, retrain the nurse, retrain the coordinator, retrain your junior assistant, whoever it is. So this is what we talk about, and thank you very much. I really tried to rush through, but I hope I have covered most of the topics. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehta, for your wonderful talk. And we know these are some of the topics which looks very simple that to cover in 45 minutes to hour, but it takes, as I said, we had actually, in fact, the 3 days training program we squeezed to in 1 day training programs. So we'll not, or maybe one questions anyone want to ask, or else we go for next presentations. Yes. Only one question. So this thing Riti has asked. Yeah.
Is there any specific format for that training? Do we need to document it? Or is it just a part of our routine activity?
No, it is. Dr. Mehta, are you able to hear it?
No, her voice broke in between, so I really lost her question. Could you repeat it for me, please?
Yeah, I'll be repeating, madam. Madam, you told us the team share whosoever is going to.
No, your voice is breaking.
Informed consent to the participant.
Okay.
No,
okay.
you're not.
Let me clear. The person who will take the informed consent should be trained. The investigator should be trained. Yeah, it is. There's no specific format for that. It is the principal investigator who has to train her own staff. It is the responsibility of the PI to train own staff.
Yes. Yes.
Take the consent.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is in your protocol, in your methodology, it is to be written that all the staff will be trained and standardized before the initiation of the study. Yeah, you have to, you are going to write a report, no? So in that report, you have to write that so and so date, they have, all the staff have been trained and standardized. So that has to be there. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mehta, for this wonderful talk.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for Dr. Mehta. Thank you so much, Mehta.
Thank you.
We'll go for our next speaker. We are already running short of time. I'll have Dr. Paul Kumaran, our next speaker, a very old friend of mine who has been pioneered in research methodologies, surveys, trainer. He is one of the international surveyors for the ethics and also a obtained a WHO International Fellowship for this and surveyed more than 5 countries and almost 17 state ethical committees, different institution ethical committees who have surveyed, evaluated their proposals. He is also one of the member who was the member secretary of one of our prestigious institute, National Institute of Research in Tribal. And out of the almost 29 research institute that ICMR has in their own, apart from the Central Ethics Committee, this is one committee which has been approved by even WHO and by all international agencies. So he is the one who is responsible for making all this possible. So I request now Dr. Paul to give a talk on vulnerable population, research on vulnerable population.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chakma. A very good day to you all. I just was seeing your face to check what's the title of today's presentation. Research in vulnerable population. Actually speaking, I should be there sitting and all of you should be here teaching me how to do research on vulnerable population. But one simple question is, it's around 1:15. We started the program at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Are you vulnerable now for a class? Yes, sir. So that's an answer. There are very many hands coming up saying we are all vulnerable. So that's start with why this topic is important. So we are all empowered, we are all ethics committee members, we are all renowned researchers, we are knowledgeable people, we are qualified, we are experienced. All the classes which you have, still you agree that you are vulnerable at this time point to listen to a lecture which is going to be very, very dry, which you are aware, for more than 45 minutes, breaking your lunch break. Of course, we had a late tea and then our hypoglycemia is taken care, but still we are vulnerable. So with this prelude, let me go up to say, so these are the basic principles. Just to reiterate what we have been hearing in the morning and what we are all aware of, the 4 basic principles of bioethics. Why is this shown here? I just thought let's understand a little bit about the basic principles first of all, and then try to understand how we are going to do about with vulnerability. We are all parents, right? So we have children. We are teachers too. So we have our students. So when we are doing any of those things, we discipline them, saying, you be so and so and so, that will be good for your life. Correct? So when you are doing that, the first thing is going to be you preach them. You tell them you do this. that doing good, okay, will be there in the beneficence. Then there will be a next saying. I'm not sure how much it is here in Jabalpur area and things like that. But way down in south and things like that, we say like, okay, even if you don't do good to an individual, don't do harm to him. So that's the part of non-maleficence. These two put together. Now this is for a normal child. Okay, we do that. And then the morale goes for a vulnerable person, means we put in more efforts to see to it that doing good or a parenting and do no harm is taken up in a higher level. So research on vulnerable population has the same basic principles, but only thing is it's all in a higher side. You try to overdo all those things so that you are doing additional care for the vulnerable. That said, the most of the component will be in the next green line, which is going to be the respect for individuals, because we don't respect our child. You are the parent, you are the adult. You're not going to respect a person who is not having the capacity to be respected, in quotes. Capacity to be respected is coming for you then, but the thing is going to be it's for the other individual. So that in the form of informed consent, which you have already heard from Medha, a little bit elaborate on vulnerable population also, we'll be touching a little bit. And for the informed consent, we will have additional protections for the vulnerable. More so, which we have missed in the respect for individuals, is going to be the privacy and confidentiality. This is very much high for research in vulnerable people. What's privacy and what's confidentiality? And I have clubbed them both. Is there a difference or is it the same? Anyone? It goes together. It's two different tangential areas. It's if it is one is right side means the other is the left. Anyone? Privacy is for an individual. Confidentiality is the data from that individual. Both are same, but are two different informations which can be taken care. So for a person who is of the vulnerable group, we have to give more importance to the privacy part, because they will not be in a position to even appreciate the privacy component. So you have to do more of doing good or the beneficence part to protect them from privacy issues. You can imagine a mentally retarded child. The mother takes additional precautions for privacy issues. That's a simple example. And confidentiality is for the data, which goes without saying with the advance of technology and the use of artificial intelligence. Confidentiality of the data is very, very huge. Justice is going to be equitable selection, equal distribution of burdens and benefits. Vulnerable population cannot be part of a research. General statement, because they are vulnerable. Okay. But if a research is going to be for the benefit of the vulnerable population, you can do the research only on vulnerable population to prove the benefit to that group. Then it becomes essential. So I will be coming down later into the national ethical guidelines principles to say essentiality is much more for you to declare, and we need to do research on vulnerable population. Okay. Is it moving? Having problems. Okay, slow, but so listing out all the 12 principles of bioethics, which is there in the national ethical guidelines, apart from the 4 basic tenets or pillars of bioethics. We have the non-exploitation, which we need to take care. Need to prove the essentiality, which I have not marked there, with regard to vulnerable population. It's oh. Okay. Okay. So now moving on from the basic principles, from the national ethical guidelines principles, which are going to be the mainstream. Apart, we do have certain ethical principles which we should be aware when we are doing research on vulnerable population, which is about the public health ethics. The first principle is the harm principle. See, the first principle which I told, the basic principles of ethics is going to be do good, right? In public health or in research in vulnerable population, the principle says you can exercise power over an individual against the will of an individual to prevent harm to others. This is the principle which was used when the whole world eradicated smallpox. The last person with smallpox, the last person for prevention of smallpox didn't want the vaccine to be given. And actually, that last individual was cornered against the will of that particular individual. The vaccination was given, and then later declared that the smallpox was eradicated from the whole of the world. There's a classic description of the harm principle. It's called as the John Stuart's Mill theory. Okay, we need to keep that in mind when we are attacking vulnerable population, because when you're doing research on vulnerable population, we may sometimes do harm for the benefit of a larger population. And then, of course, you have the least restrictive or the coercive. Means you do the first coercion and then going on to a higher coercion, does not want to be part of the research, but you really think that research will be of benefit to that particular participant. So you start coercing. What you have to do is going to you employ the lowest coercion first, and then go on build up so that you can still coerce and then convince the participant to be part of your trial. So that's the principle of least restrictive or coercive means, wherein the more coercive methods are employed only on failure of less coercive means, provided legal and necessary. Now, this legality and the necessity comes from the regulatory bodies like the ethics committee. So the ethics committee should be in a position to weigh whether you can use this principle on the research on vulnerable population, so and so forth, take the research forward. Of course, the next principles of proportionality, the principle of reciprocity, solidarity, and these are all the key major principles which we need to keep in mind to proceed further to do research on vulnerable population. Now, why is it that I started off with the principles when we are all aware that what all the principles are? Going back to the parenting example which I was quoting, wherein we are an adult and then we have our children and then we say like, do good. You go and tell that to your child and then say, you do it. You have to be a good child. You have to be a good boy or a girl so that in future it is going to be there. Have you ever told that? Have you ever told that to your children? Many times. Okay. Now, what was the response from the child? Now, the inquisitive child is going to ask me, what am I to do to satisfy you and to come into the criteria of I'm doing good, correct? Do good is a principle. How am I to do good is a guidelines. So the national ethical guidelines for research population will tell about how to do good. That's the guidelines. Now, what will the child ask next? The children's inquisitiveness is going to be really clear. My child will definitely ask me, what if I don't do good? Okay, what if I disobey? I'm not going to obey you. What if I don't do good? Then I will give you a punishment, penalty. Now that is the regulations. So now we have in research, the regulations which will talk about in the new drugs and clinical trial rules. The world is going to be the Drugs and Cosmetic Acts 1940, rules 1945, and its amendments henceforth. And now that rule, which is there in the NTCT guidelines, will literally tell you how to do research for a regulated clinical trial. How will you do that for an academic trial? Now, all research on vulnerable population will come under the ambit of an academic trial, and academic trial need to follow national ethical guidelines, and it is mandated in the law that the ethical guidelines of the National Ethical Guidelines 2017 and its amendments henceforth has to be followed. So that's the clause there. And in one of such August meetings wherein I was attending, I was asked a question, what's the punishment? The ethics committee members asked me, what is the punishment? That answer is there in the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 itself. If you say, if you don't do that, your registration of the ethics committee can be cancelled. The members of the ethics committee can be debarred from being a member of an ethics committee over a period of time. That's a separate topic, but I'm just trying to help you understand what is going to be the relationships between the principal guidelines and regulations, for which we need to be very clear, so that we are trying to follow the principles in accordance with the guidelines and not get caught in the legal entanglement for implementation of research in vulnerable population. I think I've taken 15 minutes of my time just to make the basic premise for, if there are none, I'm just going to move ahead defining what an vulnerable population is. My internet connection is unstable. That's okay. So vulnerability, which you have already seen, Dr. Mehta has already presented in the previous topic on informed consent, what the vulnerable population means. But because this is going to be research on vulnerable population, and we are a research institute or an ethics committee which is there in a region which is all vulnerable because of their condition, we need to understand the term vulnerability more. It's a Latin vulnerable means to wound, to harm by the normal people. So to wound is the meaning, and it's a quality or state of a being exposed to possibility of being attacked or harmed. Now, how can the attack be? It can be either physically or emotionally. Inability to make the best decision to protect one's interest. So now going back to say respect for individuals, the guideline says, how do you respect individual? By getting consent. But here, they don't have the ability to make the best decision for themselves. How are they going to give consent? Right. Then it refers to the inability of the system or a unit to understand the effects of a hostile environment, means not all are always vulnerable. That's the first example which I gave you, wherein we are all not vulnerable, but by condition, now at this time point to attend a class over a period of 3 hours continuously and now to listen to vulnerability. You have a period of window of vulnerability, which will say it's a time frame within which the defensive measures are diminished, compromising or lacking. So this is the premise for what Dr. Mehta was talking about earlier in the informed consent lecture. She was saying, if your vulnerability stand changes, you can reconsent. So that's a cue for that particular definition. The implementation process for that is going to be, we may need to do a reconsenting later. Say, for example, there is going to be a psychiatric illness, you are giving a drug trial. During the psychiatric phase, during the illness phase, wherein he or she cannot be in a position to take decisions all on their own, but during the treatment process, they will come out of their vulnerability state when they are normal individuals or the normal phase of their disease pattern, wherein consenting can be done. Initially, the consenting was done with an LIR, and now during the time wherein they are normal, you need to reconsent with them to say, okay, you are part of the research, and then in the process, all these things are happening. So that's the explanation for the windows of vulnerability. To continue with the definition, it's weak and easy to hurt physically or emotionally. I'm repeating. And for research, it says any individual lacking the ability to fully consent, but they have the right to be included or excluded in the research. If it is a research which can be conducted on normal individuals with increased autonomy or with proper autonomy, better do the research there. Why choose the population which is going to be with diminished autonomy? But if that is going to be beneficial to those population which is for the diminished autonomous participants, include them in the research. So you have to have that statement which says equal right to be included or excluded in research. So ultimately, the individuals are with diminished autonomy or they have a research. So who are all such people? So the National Ethical Guidelines has included all these lists. I'm not going to tell all these people, but I'm going to say I have grouped them. They are socially, economically, politically disadvantaged. Okay. Incapable of making voluntary decision. It's at another group. The third group being compromised voluntariness or understanding. Okay, every word becomes important. I will come to that a little bit later when I am talking about informed consent there. And are some people who are unduly influenced either by expectation of benefits or fear of retaliation. Your own students, college students, you as a faculty who want to do research on your own batchmate students, now the students are vulnerable. Otherwise, students are not vulnerable. Okay, they are all adults. They have the capacity to take decision all on their own. But because they are going to be a student under you and you are the investigator of the research, that student becomes vulnerable. So you can take some other student, but your own student. Right. So, and women in special situations. I have had scenarios wherein I was talking, because this hall has a balance of male and female in the hall, but there were halls which had predominantly women, and they to that. How can you say pregnancy is going to be a special situation wherein a mother does not have the autonomy? Now, a wife under the care of the husband and the in-laws. Agreed or not? that is going to be in special situations. So I have not written the word being a wife because I will be stone bullied. I have written pregnancy, lactation, socially dependent. So that socially dependent comes there as being a wife. I'm sorry, but that's the current state of a paternalistic society. And if there are tribe groups which has a paternalistic society approach, the women are well under lock and key, I will say. But there are tribal groups which are more maternalistic. That means to say the mother or the women inherits the tradition, like that of the Kerala model, wherein the women inherits the heritage, then their capacity will not fit in the group of vulnerable group. So it is left up to us to decide as ethics committee members or as researchers to decide whether who is vulnerable there. So that's a last claw for me, though it is mentioned in the National Ethical Guidelines. For me, I have put it in the last, though it will be coming in the first. It's making me stop. Okay, any doubts? Yeah, there is already a hand there. Yes, please. On special situations, not always. They can bill you, man. You have to go to principle number 1 and say, I will do good to him or her. Follow the principle first, principle of beneficence, and then say, I will do good. That time point is going to be taken care. So the vulnerability is taken care, wherein you as a researcher or you as an ethics committee are going to impose doing good or the beneficence arm by having risk minimization procedures and additional protection measures in your protocol for those people who are termed as either transiently vulnerable or completely vulnerable during the study phase, and take care of them. I think I have not made that point clear. I think we'll go to the sessions and then I think it may be answered a little bit. Okay. Anything else at this time point? So initially I was talking about the principles and the relationship between the principles, the guidelines and the legality regulations. And then we talked about the definition of the vulnerable groups. And now we will be moving on to a different topic, which has already been covered. I'm just going to rush through. I'm not going to go into the details, but because informed consent is going to be one of the key major where we are respecting the individuals. Informed consent, there are 3 components. Information. My evening lecture also on socio-behavioral research, also not only on the vulnerable group but also on the socio-behavioral group. So you will have these 3 major components: the information, how much you are going to reveal or disclose, and then the comprehension, how much the participant is going to understand what you are telling. If you are telling the participant in an empty stomach, the participant is not going to understand. And if you're telling the participant in the operating table, he's not going to understand. So that's going to be vulnerability at that time period. So you need to address that. And then the voluntariness. And now these people are vulnerable, meaning they have diminished autonomy. So they can't understand and then give the voluntariness. So how to proceed further. So, but these are the major components which we need to have in the consent. And additional protection for those with limited autonomy, physical and mental illnesses, or while under conditions with restricted liberty. Okay, so that's very clear. And invariably this happens. So you want them to see in one particular way. You want them to say that information is here, but the individual goes to the other opposite tangential way, and they will say, I won't concentrate here. And we have all been students also attending lectures. So we know where we will start. That's an inducement there. Okay. No, this was also again discussed by Dr. Mehta. No, I'm sorry. Okay, so the process. So there are only 3 issues which was discussed by Mehta. I'm dealing with 5. So what information are you going to give about research and to a person with diminished autonomy? And who is the investigating team? There was a question, who will be administering the consent process? So when the consent process needs to be administered to a normal individual itself, there is going to be so many queries. How am I to do it with diminished autonomy? The training and the knowledgeable to answer questions unbiased. So all those things has to be addressed. Where, of course, that picture says you do it either in your clinic with the patient sitting there, or you do it in the operating table when the patient is lying in front of you. Of course, there it is going to be draped, but he feels naked and then he stands there before you vulnerable, and you cannot ask them to sign an informed consent document. And when are you going to do it? When he is in illness and when he is normal. And then have you given proper sufficient timing for him to make the decision? And how are you going to do that? Across the table discussion or audiovisual consenting? Go one step further. Understanding is going to be the concept. So you need to understand whether the participant has understood. So you do give a test of understanding. This was practiced in a vaccine trial for HIV. When HIV was told and things like that, participants were willing for a phase trial. Means to say they were all normal. They were all normal and they were still willing to be part of a vaccine trial. HIV vaccine trial, you know, if I give a vaccine for HIV, I am going to be always seroconverted. That means it's at any given time point in my life future, any doctor tests him, he or her will say that he is having HIV. Okay, so now that becomes a very vulnerable kind of a situation. So the test of understanding was given, and unless or otherwise that one particular question was answered correctly, understood by the participant, that participant will not be allowed to be part of the vaccine trial for HIV. So that was made mandate by the study team, and then they did it, and they said, okay, they should have 80% understanding. So 80% of the questions which was asked on the participant information sheet. So actually speaking, the participant was given a test. So they were given a test of understanding, and then they have to 80%. And this one particular question, they should get 100% there, or they should be getting a correct answer for that. So that's having a test of understanding, and then waiver of consent, of course. So all these things, what's happening? All these things are moving across for you to have in mind about the principles and the guidelines, so that we can apply that immediately when we go to the last. So last will be just will be the role of EC, it will be one slide, and then all these informations will be reiterated there. So what are all the kind of consents which can be applied for research in vulnerable population is implied consent. Controversial form of consent because it's going to be observed by the investigating team, but the investigating team will be biased to enroll the participant, but at the same time, give the implied consent. So implied consent is not explicitly granted, but rather inferred from one's action and facts of circumstances of a particular situation, or in some cases by one's silence or inaction. Say, for example, a patient who is not able to speak, seriously ill in the ICU, and you go and say, like, I want to do all these things, he or she is vulnerable, and then somehow or the other the person is agitated. He just shows signs of agitation alone, all because of you communicating what you want to communicate. That means to say the participant does not want to be part of the research. So that's inference there. You are implying that. Okay, I may imply that, but if you want him to be part of the research, you will not imply that. So that's why it becomes very controversial for documentations and things like that. But we need to keep in mind that this can be got. Okay, and then express consent is consent that is not implied, which has to be made verbal or non-verbal communication or written, clearly and unmistakably stated. That is actually the consent documents which where you are looking at for the signature part. And then you have an unanimous consent or a general consent, which will come a little bit later. It will be said as a gatekeeper consent for tribal populations or certain populations, which is going to be over there. And here the unanimous consent where all the parties consent, as opposed to instances where at least one party does not consent. Okay, so these are all different types of consent which can be kept in mind because it's not the norm. The norm is going to be all participants have are autonomous. The respect for individuals are to be given, and they can subject permission to be part of the trial voluntarily. But here it is different. Now the challenge. So apart from all these things, the challenges with regard to informed consent are, there are 5 components there in the moral obligation in the guidelines, and in the legal obligations is only 3. That's why I initially mentioned only 3. So you have the information, you have the competence. That's the last line which I'm saying. The information is there, the competence or the capacity to understand, and then the voluntariness. That's the legal requirement. Okay. Beyond that, you have the moral obligation. First, you need to disclose. Are you disclosing everything what you are expected to disclose, or are you giving selective informations alone? So that's important. First point. Second is going to be then the competence comes. Then I understand. Then I give my voluntariness. Then I take the decision. So the voluntariness is not to be part of the trial. I have the decision making is either to consent or not to consent also. So that is the real moral process, but which needs to be adhered to with regard to vulnerable population than to stick on to the legal obligation of only information, competence, capacity, and voluntariness. Okay? Okay, to break the ice, the solution for that is, that's why we ask for an audio visual video recording, so that you can see whether the vulnerable participant who is being audio visually taped is really consenting to you or not. Then the other challenge again, legality takes over the morality. It's elaborate, very technical informed consent documents are there by the participants. And even translations in local languages are not appropriate, as Dr. Mehta was telling, because certain English language words, either technical or non-technical, appear as jargons in the local language. Then you have the community consent, because if you have the tribal population, you go to the tribal leader. Not only there, even if you go to a rural population, you have to go to the village leader or a village head, get the gatekeeper consent, and then you will go on to the individual consent. So those are all the social and the cultural norms. And when you're entering into a family, you have to get the family's permission to enter into, and then only you can go into the individual. So the hierarchical society, the delegation of autonomy with regard to physicians, male members or elders, And humans with diminished autonomy, now you have to see to it that you have additional safeguards. I think the internet is giving time for you to assimilate what is there in the slides. Okay, now how informed is informed consent and how we understand the consent for the competency. Yeah. Excuse me. We have already listed out this, we have discussed, but we will still continue with that. And
Right?
pardon?
Forward the slide.
No, this has to be there. The informed versus understood. You want to rush and then go for the lunch, then maybe probably we will move on. Okay, I will skip the informed versus understood and for the non-disclosure of information, which I will not be dealing now. I will be dealing it later with regard to socio-behavioral research. Okay, so for the vulnerable population, they have diminished autonomy, children, mentally disadvantaged captive population by disease condition, social status, economic status, and then, so the solution will be the legally acceptable representative or a legally authorized or an acceptable representative can be there. Because the terminology of legally authorized representative, LAR, which is from a Western connotation, has a legal component there. But in India, we don't have the lawyers trying to be part of the consent process. So it's legally acceptable representative. So anyone who is legally acceptable, say for a child, the parents are legally acceptable. So the terminology in the national ethical guidelines will be legally acceptable representative and not legally authorized representatives. Yeah, thank you. I have got one. So any challenges with regard to informed consent? Yes, sir, please. I'm happy now.
Video recording of the consent process. So does it affect the privacy of the participant?
I'm coming to that. I'm sorry, I'm coming to that in the near future, so I'm not going to answer that straight now. I will get that question after I finish the presentation. Yeah, please.
For the community consent, consent should be taken from the leader or village head along with the individual.
Yeah,
But practically, most of the time happen that, okay, PI will go directly to the leader. Leader will, okay, no need to take up the individual, I gave you. Like that it happened.
yes,
It is unethical.
yes,
Okay.
I'm coming to that.
Along with the individual should be taken.
Individual consent prevails. That Dr. Mehta clearly told in the earlier session. Individual consent prevails over any group consent or community consent. So the individual consent will always prevail. Be it for the vulnerable population, the definitions will vary depending upon the vulnerability status, which I will be coming now. Okay, I'm moving ahead. So individuals with diminished autonomy. So now it's going to be concentrating more on the for individuals principle. So documentation of consent. So how are we going to autonomy? Signature of an LAR upon providing permission. Now I'm underlining that word permission. Now the LIR can not give consent. We should understand that. The LIR does not give consent for being participant to the research. The LIR gives permission for you to conduct research on a vulnerable person because he is the legally accepted representative for that particular individual. Okay, so that clarity we should have as researchers and as ethics committee, why we are asking for a LAR signature, and that has to be communicated properly to the LAR for providing permission. For an illiterate, there should be a witness, and the witness should be impartial. So the definition of impartial witness was dealt again in detail by Dr. Mehta, so I'm not going to go in. So he should not be connected with the participant or the conduct of the research. So he should be like neutral person, not in favor of or against both the parties, both the participant and the researcher. But for research involving regulated clinical trial in India, now the process need to be audio, video recorded, and for use of new HIV and leprosy drugs. Now the regulation itself has a clause there saying that leprosy and tuberculosis are stigmatized disease. You need not take audio visual recording, you can do only audio. So audio recording alone needs to be done. So this is a partial answer to that question, which said, how are we going to do the audio visual recording? Okay, it's not full. We do have answers later also. Now, continuing with the documentation, you the respect dissent from part. Though the LIR now says, okay, to involve him in research and permission from appropriate authorities or the gatekeepers. So we need to be getting it. Not only the LIR. LIR is like an individual consent, but there it becomes otherwise, wherein we say you get gatekeepers information also with regard to research on vulnerable population, then move on to LAR and then move on to the vulnerable populations, so-called annotated consent to be part of the trial. Okay, now phased or staged consent for reconsenting, when they become more capacitated, you have to get a reconsent. Okay, when the comprehension of the participant changes from unconsciousness to consciousness, you are doing research on an unconscious participant, he gains consciousness, then you have to get the consent again when he is conscious. Okay, now for women participant, consider the autonomy. So now that's the judgmental note there. It's the that of doing good or the beneficence part of the researcher. And then also consider and follow the local cultural practices, not to disturb harmony in the household, family, or the community. With children, a little bit elaborate. Children is defined as per the drugs and so both legal as well as in the national ethical guidelines. It's up to the age of 18. Not for marriageable age, which has been increased from 18 to 21 for women. It's only for all children less than 18 years of age. Now, first thing is going to be, again, here also you get permission from the parents or an LAR. So if there is going to be more than a minimal risk with no benefit to the child, both the parents need to sign. If the research involves minimal or no more than minimal risk, a single parent is okay. So now the clause is going to be between either one parent or two parents. So it all depends upon what kind of a research it is, right? And now, how are you going to document that consent process? So you're documenting assent for 7 to 18 years of age. So if it is going to be between 7 and 12 years of age, you get a oral or a verbal assent from the child. You have to do audio video recording there for the 7 to 12 years of age. And then in the presence of a parent or an LAR, you get the parental permission in the consent form signed, and that's it. So if it is 7 to 12 years of age, there will be only one parental consent form wherein the parent gives permission for us to enroll the vulnerable child into research. Okay. If the child is between 12 and 18 years of age, there should be a written assent from the vulnerable child and a parental permission from the original consent form signed by either the parent or an LAR. And all these things will be blown up completely well in terms of regulated clinical trial, because all your reporting will be based on this. What reporting? When you're reporting a seriously adverse event to the regulatory authority, you will have to attach the documents along with the SAE filing. Okay? For which you will be registered with the CDSCO, which is the regulatory body, and it is a it will cover a bit of the new drugs and the clinical trial rules. So we need to do that. If there is child is between 7 and 12 years of age, will have only the parental permission form signed. If there is a child is going to be between 12 and 18 years of age, you will have the assent form signed by the child and the parental permission. Both those things has to be uploaded for SAE reporting. Okay. And of course, the waiver of consent can be given by the EC if need be appropriately. If it suits into the waiver of consent for the requirements of the guidelines. Okay. No, this is just to fill in the gap to say all these things. Till 2008 revision, vulnerable population was not part of the Declaration of Helsinki. The Declaration of Helsinki introduced it in the October 2013, which is the current Declaration of Helsinki, which we need to adopt with regard to research. And it mentions about vulnerable population in point number 19 and 20, which reads here. Okay, so the Declaration of Helsinki has added the vulnerable population group in its declaration in October 2013. And what does the new drugs and clinical trial rule says? It says in the third schedule, conduct of a clinical trial. In 2, in informed consent, it says, point number G, it says AV recording of the vulnerable subjects needs to be done. Okay. And the responsibilities of the ethics committee, it will say you should take special care or particular care should be taken by the ethics committee for all the vulnerable subjects. How we are going to see, we will see it later, but it says it has to be looked at. And in table 1, registration of the ethics committee, it says there should be an SOP which is written for you to declare within. You're able to understand, you will have to upload for the registration of the ethics committee your SOPs. And in the list of SOPs, there should be a SOP for research on vulnerable population, and the way we are going to declare vulnerability of the participants there as an SOP. So this is how the new drugs and clinical trial rules are spelled it. It says you do whatever you want to do, but you take care of your local population because this is a local issue, not a generalized issue. Not for all ethics committees, but for ethics committees which is looking at vulnerable issues alone. Breaking the ice here. Any questions as of now? Yes, ma'am. I'm seeing a hand. Yes. They may be vulnerable by condition. You have to declare that. Okay. Okay, I am okay, and I am trying that during the delivery. Okay, for the mother to follow or adopt post delivery when the para is going to be 2 or 3. How will you like it? As such, the mother is in a vulnerable condition in the delivery room. Okay, by condition, she is vulnerable. she won't be in a position to listen to all those things. In the social context, now I am talking about contraception, wherein it is going to be a decision made by both the husband and the wife. I am forcing her to take a decision there. When I am doing that, will the potential participant who is an expecting mother be vulnerable or not? It's a special situation there. See, my motive is going to be, I have to promote contraception in that mother because he is going to be second delivery now. Okay, I am following 2-child now. Tribal group. We need to declare if that research is going to be beneficial to them. Now that decision is going to be taken by us. The declaring vulnerability has to be done by the ethics committee, and then say if the mother at that time point for this particular research, if the committee thinks it is going to be vulnerable, then you need to have additional precautions in place. I'm confusing, right?
Sometimes the situation is the patient comes without the relatives, sometimes it comes with the ASHA worker, and we have to take this important decision. So what is the power of that person who is delivering the patient?
I am not talking about service. I am talking about research. Service is going to be, you are taking a decision on behalf of the mother and then saying, okay, nothing doing. You are now in your second para, your child will be born proper, and then I am going to do it. No, I am ordering you to do it. We insert the copy and then send the mother out. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. That's a service component.
Yes.
That's in the program condition. I am not talking about the national program or what is going to be the prevailing norm. Correct? I am talking about research. If you want to do a research on that particular mother, getting the consent. That's okay. That's a scenario alone is going to be a teaching institution wherein both service and research can be done. See, if you are doing a program, you are not going to get consent. You are going to get consent from anyone who is coming over there to say like, okay, my daughter or myself, I am ready to be responsible for anything which is happening during my labor. And I'm not going to hold the doctor responsible for being, that's a blanket kind of a consent which we as obstetricians and gynecologists will do it. I'm not talking about that.
I will take it like summarizing it that informed consent. We should add on this point.
If it is going to be research, yes, because the research is going to be defined as that which you are trying to do on a person. You are inflicting a risk to the participant, and you are supposed to minimize the risk for you to get a benefit out of the research, which is going to be for a public good. Thank you very much. I think I'm moving ahead, and Dr. Chakma is looking at me and watch repeatedly to say, better shut up, please. Now, this will summarize the whole 45 minutes to 1 hour lecture. Say the ethics committee's first role will be to determine the vulnerability state of the research participant. We need to first determine whether it is vulnerable or not. Second thing is going to be, depending upon the vulnerability, you need to either examine in the inclusion and the exclusion criteria, whether those are justifiable to be done on the vulnerable population or not. You have to ensure that the risk groups, and you have to suggest additional safeguards if it is going to be needed. The investigator in the US and ethics committee can say, put in additional safeguards. The risks are too much. Don't do research on population just like this. Have more checks and bounds here and there so that you can conduct the research and then reap the benefit out of the research. And then review. Never ever do research on vulnerable population under expedited review process. So that's the last line. You review only in a full committee board meeting, even if the risk is minimal, because of the vulnerability state of the participant. You have to go, the protocol has to be going only to a full board, and then you have to have the representation from the special population if need be appropriately. to conduct research on vulnerable population. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please. This is the reading resources which I have listed out. Any identifiers with an individual, you can give the waiver of consent. You can even waive the ethical process. I've gone one step higher to not only to do waiver of consent, I'm going up to the extent of waiver of ethical review itself.
Just one more and what Paul has said. First of all, thank you very much for this extensive talk. These are something which are I didn't take 2-3 days to discuss and argue it all your mistakes.
We are still getting the national ethical guidelines on vulnerable population still.
Yeah, we are in the last 5-7 years, we are drafting the ethical guidelines for the vulnerable people.
He's the author for that.
Let me tell you one more, what you have said, the waiving of consent. Waiving, not exactly the the individual waiving we can consider, but the community consent we will take. If a dysentery outbreak or a listing happens in a deep nationalized area of Basta, very you have limited hours of time to work out. The individual consent is waived and you go for the community consent. Okay? So these are all special scenarios which I think Madam Nandini will talk in the session also.
When even sir, any lab report, EI not directly involved with the 30 participants, only want to collect the data from the lab, macro lab, like this. You need consent.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. It has all identifiers. It has all identifiers. I can link that result to an individual. If I can link the result to an individual, it is an individual. I can link the name to an individual. If you have the hospital, I can go to the hospital and then track the individual. So I have processes. If it is, that's why we call it either linked or unlinked anonymized. So these are the two terms: linking with the specimen and then anonymizing the data. So those two are the two keywords. If it is unlinked, anonymized, and if it is no more than minimal risk, chalo, no problem. If it is a group data, keep going. Meta-analysis, scientific reviews, all are group data, not a problem. But if it is an individual HIV report, you are talking about a lab report. I am specifying HIV report.
Yes, use data collected from the lab. So EI not, there is not required consent. So in that condition, how the consent will be taken? Definitely, if you go to the waiver of consent.
Yes. If you want to still, if it is going to be an important information, if you can track back, what we say is going to be you try to step into track back and the consent and then keep going.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Take a minute, let me just say, there's a lot of confusion here. It is given in the IC that if you have to study the disease, this is not pertaining to your disease. You have to learn and study a disease. It is very difficult to get consent when one situation is described. Then you can waive it up, but ethics committee will tell that. Okay, you can't decide on your own. You have to take a exemption, which will come under that. And the other thing is about what this lab was, you have 45. And that we will stop the discussion now because she will be actually explaining about that biobank. Okay, biobanking and data. So you can actually, you can modify and how you link it, how you link it and all that to this specific. Okay, so we'll park it now. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul, once again, and thank you very much, madam. So we are running late, so the lunch is already ready. And I request all of you to shorten the lunch distribution. I wanted to have it 1 hour, but with that, we are lagging behind almost more than an hour. I request you to finish it in half an hour and assemble here in quarter to 3 sharp.
The permission goes and the individual creates the constituency. After the vulnerability is moving.
आप लोग भी खाना खा लो खाना खा लो एक जाके एक आता है फिर एक
Sir, sir, what time should I be? My flight is at 70.
you are online
I will have to check.
7
7 o'clock. my flight.
7 o'clock
6:45 to 40. So what time I should be there? 1 hour before? बस वही है कमाल है।
अभी बता देता हूँ सेल्फी से ना कि इनका प्रॉपर्टी हाँ करण, डॉक्टर शर्मा बोल रहा हूँ। करण, शाम को हमारे गेस्ट है डॉक्टर ललिता करके, बॉम्बे की फ्लाइट में इंदौर टू जो जबलपुर होते हुए जाते तो 7:30 बजे। हाँ 7:30 बजे, तो उन्होंने वेब चेक इन कर लिया है, तो कितने बजे यहाँ से निकल सकते, कितने बजे लास्ट हमारे पास पहुंच जाए? ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू करण। हाँ थैंक यू। हाँ ठीक है, थैंक यू करण।
I know you also used to say.
Decision also.
अच्छा, बाकी फायदा है ना, है ना?
ठीक है, वेब चेक इन कर लिया ना?
दोनों कर लिया।
In case you are not popular, so when in the airport, you just say Karan Saini. Sardar is there. His name is Karan Saini. Sardar. Just say.
Okay. Don't expect me to participate.
Eh?
Don't expect me to participate. Let me go.
Like this, whatever time we tell them, this is small airport. उस समय वो 2-3 फ्लाइट
जैसे रजनी काम को दिया है, गौरव को
हाँ गौरव
that's also मैडम लोग क्या नहीं हो सकते
चलिए चलिए
ये बनाओ
हाँ बोलिए। I need the boarding card. पानी का निकालना है, आपके हैं?
एक मैंने पिया है, एक नहीं पिया है। Because otherwise it will go wasted. Yeah, madam.
वो यहीं रहने देते हैं ना।
and how are you going to store the sample? So all these things have to be in a standard operating procedure that has to be clearly mentioned. So biorepository is not something like you have some samples and you're going to just put it across. Any problem? Yeah. This is also not working. Oh. Okay. So when you're looking at the biorepository, the quality control, which I've already said, you have to ensure that the facility is going to sustain, because a biorepository is going to demand a lot of space or also a lot of funds and staff and expertise staff so that the samples are handled in the appropriate way. These are the basic aspects that you need for whenever you are handling a bio sample. What do you need? Just like an ethics committee, which will review research projects, you will need a technical authorization committee. The technical authorization committee again will be all those people who are interested in looking at your sample from all aspects, basically just like a research proposal. So you'll have clinicians, geneticists, lawyers, basic scientists. This technical authorization committee will be working along with the EC, and the functions will be as per the SOP. So point number one is that when you have a biorepository, you need to have a standard operating procedures and guidelines, how you're going to collect the sample, how you're going to code the sample, what is the procedure for anonymization, how are you going to store the sample, who will have access to, how are you going to retrieve the data, and sharing of biospecimens and data. You also have to ensure that the material transfer agreement or data transfer agreement, wherever there is a shifting of samples from one institute to another or from one country to another, these things should be in place. The collection and the disbursement of specimens and data to researchers should be very well documented. So just to give you a small example, what are the types of biobanks that you can have? You can have biobanks dealing with either blood, cord blood, stem cells, tissue, cell structures, bone marrow. You can even have bone biobanks. Then you can have certain tumors, any environmental specimens. So basically what we are looking at, it will be just biological samples, or it can be mixed forms. And however you are, whether it is medical, autologous, allogenic, and all this is just to give a element of the types of biobanks. So this is another classification. So when we are looking at the models, what we are realizing here that this will be for the first, since it is treatment and admission permission, so it will be basically a hospital setup. Then this will be specimen subsequent, so investigator related to, it can be dedicated data or tissue research repository, mixed source repository can be there. And so basically you are going to get these samples either from the hospital, from the laboratory, or from the investigator. This is a very busy slide. I think you all will be able to read it out later on. So it speaks about what are the types of samples that you are going to get and from whom and how are you going to maintain it. So consent is there. This is a OHRP, that is Office of Human Research Protection methodology, in which they are going to, they have they have categorized this as 5 models. So this I think we'll go ahead with. How are you going to access the data from the repository? So every investigator wants samples at the table. So when we are looking at samples at the table, the only way in which you can get is when you're doing secondary use of the sample. But no investigator, even if it is in his own department, can use those samples right away without an ethics committee approval. Also, similarly, whenever an application is put across to the biorepository, they have to give the need, what is the type of sample that they need, and what is the research that they want to do with that sample. So what is the role of the biorepository? The biorepository will see that whether they want to have identifiers or non-identifiers, because it depends upon what type of sample and from where the sample is they have procured. So the samples will be either identified or non-identified. So what are the ethical issues that one can foresee? One thing is that all the biorepository samples are nothing but some information which may go on with either patenting or which may result in publication. So of course, intellectual property rights are there. Who owns a sample? It can be the first ownership goes on to the patient. So we will go ahead and just see how the patient will become absolute owner or how we may waive out his rights. Informed consent is mandatory. What are the benefits to the donor? If the sample becomes anonymized, the donor is not identified. So if any information related to the research that the investigator will be undertaking and that will be shared with the biorepository cannot be shared to the donor. So EC approval, and there are legal implications, of course. When we are looking at personal data, we all know that now if we have mobiles, we are all in a bubble because all our information is everywhere. Similarly, any patient who has been identified even by initials, but if it is a rare disease, then they can remain identified. It can be a name, surname, house address, and all our other parameters like advertising phone number, or where the hospital also carries our data. So even if you write the hospital number on the sample is an identifiable sample. How can you de-identify? So first is you can get directly the samples which do not have any identification. You will get 50 vials of urine to be stored, and that can be related to a rare disease. So you will just have a label of a rare disease. Second, this will become an anonymized. Second, you can have a sample from the hospital or from any source where the name of the patient, what is the sample, and the date of sample collection will be there. So that becomes an identifiable sample. If I have to say an identifiable sample, lowest confidentiality. But if I have to say certain rights or benefits that the patient may get, the patient can be recontacted and the patient can get any benefits of whatever investigations are being done by the researchers. Second is that if there is an indirect link, so what I will do, I will write it as a premature menopause and I'll give it a code. So I will have one register where I will have the code and the name of the patient. So this is a reversible anonymization. Third will be irreversible anonymization. What will I do? I'll just write premature menopause. And I will have whatever are the identifiers, I will ensure that those are all deleted or discarded. So if I get samples from our hospital, which will say that we have 30 patients with premature menopause and this is the blood sample, we will be collecting it. Will you directly collect the sample? You may have to do some test runs to check for the authenticity of the sample. So you will need the reports of those samples. So unless and until there is enough of evidence and information about the biological sample and the quality of the sample, once it is ensured, then only the sample will go into the biorepository. So these are the different types of consent. It can be just a patient saying, I don't want any benefit. I am doing it altruistic. I don't want you to contact me. Blanket consent, no benefit. Anytime in future. These are very self-explanatory. I think we can go ahead with it. Then specific consent is if I say, I just want this information to be related only to my biochemical parameters. I'm a case of premature menopause. I don't want any genetic association data. That becomes a specific consent. It can be a delayed consent. Suppose there is an emergency research or the patient is in the hospital. You have collected a sample and then you have to take the consent of the patient. Dynamic consent is what? When the participant and the biorepository, they both are in continuous connect and they keep on sharing the data. So the participant will get information about whatever is the research the investigator has done and they will get their data. If the participant says we do not wish to have any communication from you, then definitely it will be that he becomes anonymized or linked. What will he be? The participant, he is in dynamic consent, but he just says, I do not want any information from you right now. Afterwards, I may ask, because this is a long term, right? So this is a continuous process. There's an ongoing engagement interaction. So, but if the participant says, I don't want any information right now, later on we'll see. This becomes just what? Irreversible or reversible? Reversible, very good. Then withdrawal of consent, or the patient will say, I do not want my sample to be used. Whatever you all have done, it's fine. But it is a dynamic consent patient. He may say that I have given my sample for so many years, but now I want this sample to be destroyed and I'm withdrawing my consent. Okay. Then it can be waiver of consent. So basically for waiver, Only thing is that the participant should not be there in any form physically, or his identity should not be disclosed by any information that you're going to take from the in the study. This is reconsent that I think we have been deliberating since morning, and pediatric donors, I think we have discussed a lot. So reconsent in pediatric donors is an important aspect which you should not ignore. And this will be the patient, what will he do if he is an adult? He will say, I do not wish to participate, so I should be withdrawn from the study. Or the participant will say, no, I want to be contributing to research. And if I have a rare disease, I would like to give my biological sample as and how needed, but I will have to be in a dynamic consent. So that can also be there. So how can you have a consent? That is, the participant has to say either I am allowing you all to use my sample for any biomedical research. Any biomedical research. So that becomes a blanket consent. It will be either to a specific disease. So what we are trying to link up here is that how their consents are going to be end result of their consent as to the outcome or to the effect for the investigator. Then if the participant says that he does not allow you all to use the consent beyond the scope. Suppose I say you are taking my blood sample or you're taking my biological tissue, but I want you to work only on ovarian cancer because I have given my ovarian tissue to you. Nothing other than ovarian disease. So you have to use only for that. Then no future research and not to contact. Again, that is the patient has withdrawn from the study. So what do you think would be the issues here? It all depends upon, as you have realized, it all depends upon the consent and the identity of the patient and the identifiers. So the samples which are there in your biorepository, who owns the biological sample? Will it be the biorepository? Will it be the investigator, or will it be the donor? If the donor has waived out all the consent and has given a blanket consent and said, I do not wish to be connected, then definitely the donor doesn't come in picture. It will be the institute or it will be the biorepository till the sample is there with them. And it definitely will be the investigator if it is within his -20. Then if you are doing transfer of biospecimens, what all do you have to take care of? If it goes out of your country, you need Health Ministry Screening Committee approval. You will also need materials transfer agreement. Okay. Then secondary or extended use. For secondary use, if it is genetic, you have to be very careful, because if you are working in tribal research, most important thing is that you have to understand the sensitivity of that culture. Many tribals or many patients, even if they get operated, they do not like the biological sample to be discarded by the hospital. They say, you hand over the sample to us, we want to do its own culturally. So you have to respect that. And that is the reason we cannot use the word that any biological sample which lies in a dustbin becomes a trash. No. So return of research results, they may say they wish to have the results. And how are you going to return the research results? That you can either give it to the community or to the individual. And if the research is such that you have an opportunity to offer the benefits to the community, then those also you have to give it across. So this is again benefit sharing. So either directly or it will be to the community. Now we never give direct benefit in terms of money. It is always in kind. And the ethics committee is the only one which is going to ensure that all these things have been taken into consideration, and very diligently it looks into it. So as I've already said, it is the donor who is the owner, except in conditions which I've already mentioned, the custodianship lies with the institute. And it depends upon how the sample is. If it is anonymized, then of course the roles will differ. So we have already specified about materials and transfer agreement. EC has to have an oversight. You need to have a memorandum of understanding and HMSC. International collaboration, you have to see. You have to ensure that a collaborator is not just a sample provider, or a collaborator is not ensuring that he is just going to take the sample and do away with the sample in his own way, hand over 1 or 2 reports to us. No, it becomes a responsibility. It has to be charted in a MOU. What all are you going to allow the collaborator to use the samples for? So it is the ownership lies not only in the samples, but there is shared ownership with the samples, the data, the analysis, how are you going to disseminate the information, and publications and other aspects in intellectual property rights. If there is a conflict, you and your collaborator do not go along well, then the EC will decide. It depends upon what all are the facts and the guidelines, and law of the land will prevail. Ethical imperialism is a condition wherein you have to ensure that the India's ethical, let's suppose it is a tribal, you have to respect the culture of the local inhabitants and take care of the ethical issues. So the participants from where are being recruited for the study, they always will have their culture to be protected at the first. Then only you should accept international collaborations only if those studies or if the benefit is directly to your research participant. Normally, there is a lot of sharing of samples within investigators, within institutions. This should be discouraged. It is preferable to take ethics. It is mandatory to take ethics approval. So how are you going to give the research results? The data can be such that you have captured. It can be at the individual level or it can be at the community level. But you have to have that whatever data you're going to give it to the participant or to the community, that data should have some use to the participant. The data should not be such that the participant, it is of research angle and the participant gets scared. So that becomes an informational harm that you give to the participant. So that should be avoided. I can just give you an example. If there is some treatment, if there's some disease A, and you're going to identify genetic susceptibility to the disease, but there is no treatment available. Now you have to, as a participant, whether he wishes to have the data or he does not wish to have the data. So we all know that benefits are definitely there. And benefits are not only to the participant, but it is also to the researcher, it is also to the institute, it will also be to the sponsor. Now, if you're talking about benefit sharing, we have to ensure that whatever information, scientific information that you are generating, if it has any commercial propensity or potential, this has to be specified very well in the ICF and it has to be shared to the community. And own contribution and share in the benefit, it is not known to the participant. So normally, even if you have to, you are going to benefit in terms of patent, we always encourage the scientists to make a mention it into the ICF. The informed consent should have necessary clauses. That is, how are you going to share the benefit? If you are going to give them 100 rupees for time and travel, it is not a benefit. It is a payment for participation. It is a compensation for their time spent. So benefit sharing normally, it will be to the donors, their families or to their communities. They can also get the benefit, like suppose you are identifying or you're going to an endemic area and you have identified that these are the risk factors for the disease, then you have to ensure that some amount of benefit to the community in terms of offering those services to the community is given. All this, that is the reason the ethics committee will look into the nitty-gritties and it will be a case-to-case basis, their decisions, which the ethics committee can give, and it is the sponsor and the investigator, whether he has the capability to handle over the excess cost. So when we are assessing the stored samples, what is the EC going to look? First thing is the EC is going to see whether this original consent had the option. If I'm doing a study somewhere in 2050, and at that point of time, I had thought that I'm not going to store the sample. But invariably, because a certain lab test came late and my kids arrived late and it spilled over the second or the third year, and then I felt that I should keep over the samples. You cannot keep the samples, you have to destroy them. So if the original consent has an option by the participant, then you can only use it. What are the, if you are going to use the leftover samples, are the objectives valid? Is the research new? So how are you going to ensure the anonymity? Because secondary samples or precaution, suppose you want to have waiver of consent, then what all are the issues that you're going to take care of? All those should be very well specified. You need what is that is permission of the LAR. legalized authorized representative for any postpartum use of samples. And if the consent mentions that there is, you can retain the sample or you can use it for future, that is the only way in which you can use your secondary stored samples. Waiver of consent, if the patient is just not reachable, if there is no identity, suppose there is some migrant population and you cannot contact those patients, then the EC will decide. If you have anonymized the sample, EC will definitely decide. And if it is impractical to conduct research, definitely then it will be waiver of informed consent. Now, this is just one case I wish to share with you all. This is a biomedical scientist from one institute. He applies to EC for waiver of informed consent with secondary use of samples. The samples he says are anonymized and leftover samples of a prior study. The prior study was done 6 years ago. It is a genetic association study of a non-communicable disease. The participants are from ABC organization, but they're employees. And they have taken blood samples, and that is DNA. So will they be vulnerable? Yes. So EC has approved and obtained ABC organization for the first study, but not of the XYZ organization. So what should be the decision of the EC? Can anybody just tell? Because your stored samples are anonymized. Beg your pardon? The samples are anonymized, so they are at least risk. So can he put it to the EC for full board review? कुछ तो बोलो. Yeah.
Waiver of consent.
Why? Why?
Because they are anonymized
Yeah.
and their previous actually researcher is taking the consent to reuse them.
But this is, yeah, but this investigator who wants to reuse for the next study, he's a biomedical scientist and this is a clinician. So then what you should do? Can you directly, I'm telling it is secondary use, I've anonymized. Why can't I do waiver? Reviewed, and what will the EC look into?
The objectivity of this.
Okay, it is fine. It's excellent research. This research is going to add more light to the existing research. Commercial benefit nahi hai, academic hai, usko publication chahiye, he wants a promotion. His promotion is due. Huh? 100% of researchers have internal interest. Ask your soul. We all want promotions. Okay, I won't waste time. So since the EC was of ABC organization, we have a PI to take EC approval of this. The collaborator. So first, the collaborator has handed you the leftover samples. The leftover samples are in another institute. Ideally, what people who hand over samples do is that we want the samples to be destroyed or keep us a record of all the samples which are there. And you should intimate us if you have to do any study. So that is the MOU included between the two organizations or between the collaborators. So that, and I allow the PI to do the study on leftover samples in Institute XYZ. So any other option? They are employees. Have they given? Have they given a blanket consent? You look at the informed consent. This PI has anonymized because he wants his student has come. You can't wait for 2 years to collect the sample. He has anonymized at his level. But what has the participant written in the informed consent sheet? The participant, has he given waived of his right? Has he told that destroy my sample or you can use my sample for future research? First, the EC will have to look into all those things. Who owns the sample? They are vulnerable participants. What is the institute policy? Can the institute policy, suppose NERT is doing some study, can the institute keep on collecting samples and do left-right research without even informing the collaborator or without even taking the informed consent for the participants? No, because you are doing with a vulnerable population, sensitive population. Only if the EC does, then you can do. Then you have to ask for the collaborators' EC approval. And look at what the collaborators' EC approvals, initial approval said. So we have to also ensure that all these things have taken care of. So now we all know that biorepositories are a solace to all the basic investigators. Why? Because they get all the samples in one shot. They get the basic information that they need. And this is a good research, good academic research can go on. You don't have to wait for informed consent. Data sharing can be done. That is missing persons and biomarker studies. If you have to refine research and all, at that time of you can do data sharing. Suppose one investigator has done some aspects of it, the other investigator wishes to do certain other aspect, then you can do data sharing only with the approval of the EC. If there's no written consent by the dickies, then it has to be the family to be approached. And if there's no family connect, then if the sample is in the forensic department, that is an unclaimed body, then it is a forensic department authorities that can take the responsibility. So whenever you're collecting samples for biological pathology, suppose I have a friend who is a pathologist and I tell him, Maria, I need this type of sample. So you give me I need it very fresh. So before even he starts anything, he says, okay, I'll give you the sample. EC is also approved. Will the pathologist first do his test and then give you the sample, or how will he give you the sample? Yeah, basically the sample for which has been collected should be the primary aim, and after that only the sample should be given. If at all you want to have fresh samples, suppose you want to extract RNA, you can always aliquot it. And when the pathologist is confirmed and sure that the sample that he has analyzed as part for his analysis is going to give him some diagnosis, then only he can tell the investigator, okay, you can now take the sample. Till then, I'll preserve the sample. So this is another case. Now this is a biomedical scientist. He has amended one ongoing project. First, he was taking some sample, biological sample from a hospital or something. And now he wants to do it in an NABL laboratory close to the institute with leftover blood samples of proven cases of falciparum. He applies to the EC for waiver of informed consent as leftover samples and anonymized. This is a private commercial lab. He has anonymized it, not anonymous. Okay. Now, PI simultaneously collaborates with 2 other government hospitals with waiver of informed consent, where pathological department is the collaborators. Leftover blood samples, anonymized samples. The NABL laboratory close to the institute is included as one of the centers after 6 months of complete the sample size. So, what should the EC do? Can the EC give you approval? It's just a lab next door. Every day you have tea with that person. Lunchtime we all go out, na? He is ready to give you quality sample. You are sure about the data, but it is a commercial lab. What will the EC do? If I buy something from a shop, so the participant has purchased his report, so he becomes a consumer. So whenever there is this type of a relationship, because the consumer will not know that it is what has been done of his leftover sample, such samples should not be taken because they're commercial. Whenever we take samples in academic institutes, there is always an understanding and there is no that type of a commercial angle to it. So when we are looking at data sets, we all know that there is enough of data where you can use secondary analysis and get good information. It may not be directly translational, but it can help you. So what is it that the EC is going to look at? Whatever is the basic that the EC has to do regarding any data, whether it be biological or whether it be digital data, it has to follow all the norms for that. Now, why is it that you want that data? Who has the access to the data? How is the data going to be useful? Which group is going to benefit out of it? How is the data privacy, confidentiality maintained? And how are you going to utilize the data? Are you going to have computer assisted passwords? Are you going to maintain the data inside that it will not be easily shared with other people unless until it is in a public domain? Okay. So all these aspects should be taken care of, and there should be no misuse. So privacy and confidentiality is that when you're looking into it, as I said, password protection and role-based control access. Suppose I'm doing a clinical trial on a medical abortion, then how is it that initially there will be a code for the social worker, they will fill the social demographic, then I will have a code for my clinical, I will have overall code access, but the other staff will have limited access only to their. Second important thing, whenever they're opening the code or when they're opening the file or closing the file, it will be documented. So this type of security should be there whenever you're handling with digitally any data. So any biorepository is like a white elephant. You need to have lots and lots of money so that you have lots of staff, you have good quality control measures, all your SOPs are properly followed, you have barcoding for your samples, you check your samples, you don't keep, you have aliquoted the sample set that whenever any investigator comes and asks for it, you can just pick up one aliquot and give it rather than cutting and giving the samples. So sustainability, and sustainability can only come when your institute and your organization has enough funds, and either that way or there is some amount of like a DBT or a DST program where they help you to develop a tissue bank and then you have to generate your own funds. How can you generate your funds? Just nominal charges that are there for the maintenance of the good quality samples. Because any biological sample, you just can't keep it like that. You have to irradiate depending upon for what purpose you're going to use the sample. So all those are going to cost you. So this is a Hawaii Supai tribe. This is a very famous case and it is very, very important for you all to know this. This is a tribe wherein, 1989, they approached this person, John Martin. He was a local person helping out the community, and he was also doing tribal research. So they were asking one question: why is diabetes increasing in our population? And this is called as a community-based participatory research. So they had faith, they approached him. He forwarded them to Teresa Marco. Teresa Marco was doing genetic studies. So he said, please help them. They want to do genetics and diabetes. She said, fine. I'm also doing mental disorder, schizophrenia. So I'll help them. So they collected somewhere around 400 samples. And how did they take the consent? They just took oral consent. So they informed the community what it is about. And they took their sign in English and ICF. But what did they add? They added that the research is also going to find out what is the reason for the behavior or medical disorders. So they're going to link up with this also, which was not informed to the tribe as such, because that was not what the tribe wanted. The samples were stored after research. Then as usual, we all have our deadlines. We all have calls for funds and we write proposals. And then they saw that there's so much of tribal blood left over in the fridge. DNA, we want to do so many other aspects, whether inbreeding is affecting this disorder, alcoholism, migration, anything that is going to affect their behavior or their culture. So this was one student who just happened to see this data and she was shocked. She said, I had not given my sample for all this. Why are they presenting this type of data? And Hawaii Supai tribe is such that we are the only people. I have given my blood. How did they have the authority? They filed a lawsuit. And then at the end, 210, they got a small amount. They used a leftover sample they disposed of in a culturally appropriate ceremony. See how sensitive they are to their biological tissue. And this is what we should respect of the tribes. And they had a clinic and a school setup. So what all happened in this case? First, they did not inform them. A person who doesn't understand much of English and you take his informed consent in English, definitely that is wrong. Then they affected their civil rights also, respect for their own culture, which was violated. And this all caused a lot of emotional grief to them because they knew that the only one information that they got there was no genetic association for their diabetes. That is one. But they had not asked for this additional information. Now, this is another famous study about the Henrietta Lacks, which we all know. This is a dancing lady and her cells were dancing all over the world. They even went to the space. So it just happened that John Hopkins was the only hospital which was treating Black at that time. So she went there and she had a CA cervix. So they gave radiation therapy and they took 2 biopsies. The doctor who treated her sent the samples to George Gay because he was trying to, generate cell lines and he was not succeeding. And then the Lacks was not informed about it. And then he started working on it and he realized that the cells were multiplying 20 to 40 times. And he was so excited. Then his colleagues, and then the cells started being utilized for several aspects of research. They used it for toxins, drugs, hormones, viruses. So basically, majority of the research that has been taken, 3 Nobel Prizes, are only due to HeLa cell lines. So this being the benefit to the community. But what had happened is that her identity was revealed, that is 1971, that she is a Henrietta and it is her lines, HeLa, Henrietta and Lax. And then the family went to them, and the family, that is the daughter, they collected her blood and she just wanted to know whether is there any information, health related information. But what were they doing simultaneously? They were trying to see whether these people also have some information which can be linked as to, and why is it that her cell lines are so rapidly multiplying. They were trying to take that type of information. So in 1985, her records and all were published, and there was no family consent taken. Then this was the Rebecca Skloot. She wrote a book because as a student, she was always intrigued by these cell lines. And she did a lot of inquiry and theory, and she found out all the necessary information. She got this book because she was very sensitive about it. Can you imagine, after 2013 also, they published Henrietta's genome, and that is when the family went up. And they said you cannot publish with it because it is our family matter, it is our data, it is our DNA. And that is that time NIH came into this, and now any research which is done in US and all, the 2 members of the family are always there during to see how benefit it is going to go. They didn't get any commercial benefit out of these HeLa cell lines. So these are some of the issues that handle when we say that this is just a leftover sample. There was no permission to harvest the cells, commercialization. There was one pharma company also who commercialized these HeLa cell lines, tried to make out money out of it. And sample belonged to, it was the way the sample was given is that it just belongs to them, because that is what normally students do. Arey, mera thoda sample le, tu ye kar, mujhe bhi authorship de. I get 2 papers, you get 2 papers, we are out with a PhD. So these things happen. So that is why I felt I should tell you all. And I wish to thank Dr. Nandini Kumar, because I have used her slides and I've shared some of my thoughts to it. So I thank you all for your patient hearing, and if there are any questions, please do let me know.
When there is an unclaimed body, for temporal dissection of body, is there any movement or the legal issue there?
If it is an unclaimed body, I think it depends upon the state or the BMC in Mumbai. That is they. When it is unclaimed body, what I have said is that any unclaimed bodies go to forensic departments. Okay. And I have already said that forensic. Madam wants to share.
It's a little complicated issue that it belongs to the forensic department, it's a state property. But the investigator officer is always connected in forensic cases. Okay. So if you want to take anything, that permission has to be taken from that person, provided it's an unclaimed body. For 2 years, they keep it and then they send it to anatomy act of so many years ago. So it goes to the anatomy department, then it becomes the property of anatomy department, and then that can be used for the anatomy.
Yeah, Pratik has to say something.
Awesome.
You talked a lot about storing the sample. I want to ask about destroying of this. Generally, when we write a proposal, or even ICMR tells us that we should samples from predefined time. But there are some times when we are flooded with the sample. For example, when it came to COVID, our minus 80 were full, and we had no space to store, and then we had to time and again go back to ICMR, ask them how much state will have to be for that. And then there was some consensus that it will score something, will destroy something. But do you think then we should go back and tell this to ethical committee also that we are destroying, or we have destroyed the samples for these reasons? or perfectly PI and directors decision that
There are two
apart
things.
from the research interest, because as we are saying, we know we are going to save the scientific interest as well. Understand?
So if I understand you right, you have done identifying COVID, right? So it was a service to the community.
Yes.
Okay. So if it is a service to the community, are you going to generate any data out of it and publish research? So then,
It is a mandate of that particular project.
okay, okay. Then you have put that as a proposal to the ethics.
Obviously.
So if you have put that as a proposal to the ethics, there is one thing where you write either it will be kept for 3 years or it will be kept for 5 years. If you write you have said it for 3 years, then you have to get another facility wherein you can store the extra samples. This is what I feel. Otherwise, second important thing is that you have to have a direct understanding or a written order from ICMR that because this is such and we cannot store the sample, then we have to destroy it. And that should be a policy mandate of the institute and that can be communicated to the ethics also. And
That's what I was just suggesting. We should basically form this.
it is not at the prerogative of, it is not at the whims and fancies of the investigator.
So, because what happens, it is a new disease coming in.
Yeah.
That is where this made of and maybe repeat that later on when it becomes.
And especially it is a very nice practice if you are doing a collaborative research and you have kept some biological sample, always inform the collaborator prior to destruction that you are doing it because it is 3 years or 5 years and I want to destroy the sample.
That's the point that
Yeah.
is we followed it.
You say when we take the ethical approval for the source sample for the all the permission has been taken, and after this ethical approval also take a consent for blanket permission for the use of the source sample for the individual also. After the genetic analysis, we found that the patient is going to have a cancer in the 50 years, disease.
I'll
So,
tell.
so we should how we should tell the patient
Yeah.
about this.
So you know what his question is, ki we have collected sample. It is a blanket consent. The participant has given a blanket consent, but I have done research and I found that there is this disease or there is this risk which will help the patient or the participant. So what am I supposed to do? So whenever a participant gives a blanket consent, it is our duty to educate the participant that this is what you're going to lose. And if the participant says that I still don't mind, I want to give a blanket consent, please don't connect with me. Please don't remind me of the disease. I don't want to do anything with that biological sample that you have taken or whatever. I just want to do away with it. So you have to respect. Am I right?
Thank you, Dr. Lalita, for this wonderful and very lengthy talk. I hope it was absolutely necessary and useful for those who are doing a lot of research on storage samples, and we are flooded with samples during this COVID time. I mean, every lab is flooded with when our capacity is to store 100 samples per day, we are getting 500 to 1,000 samples a day. So this was a scenario. Anyway, we'll quickly go through our next session, that is ethical issues in social science research. I'll request Dr. Paul to begin. He doesn't need any more introduction. And I'll only request his, and he already promised me he will cut short his lecture.
The scheduled timing is 2:45 and then we are at 3:45 now, exactly 1 hour late. So I'm not sure how much of a justification I can do, but this is going to be an extension of the vulnerable population going on, but with regard to social and behavioral science research. So let's see what I mean by social and behavioral science research. It's a systematic and a scientific study of society, a public, including patterns of social relationships, social action and culture for solving social problems and formulating public policy. So here, the only word which is missing is going to be for health public policy. Other than that, that definition seems to be appropriately complete. But the next definition says understanding and assessing human behavior. Now the human component has come in, wherein the social behavioral research and the role of ethics committee is coming in. And the details of symbolic communication of culture and how it impacts the human health. So here now the role of public health, the role of social behavioral science on the impact of human health is highlighted. So the health of the entire population, emphasis on health promotion and prevention of disease or disability. And primarily it is related to epidemiology. Remember the definition which Dr. Nandini Kumar gave earlier during her the role of the ethics committee definition. It says the social science research has now made into social behavioral research, which also includes social, psychological, environmental, economical, political matters, which relates to health. So now these are all the ambits. So it's not only the social science, it is not only the social work component, but it includes very many ambit, including the public health. So the ethics of public health also holds true, but I will be skipping all those things for want of time, because the time allotted is again 15 minutes to a more than a day topic. I'm not asking for questions. I'm just repeating it here. I'm not going to go into the details of it. All the principles of bioethics stands true for social and behavioral research too. But here, with regard to the national ethical guidelines, the essentiality component, privacy and confidentiality component plays a very key role in the social behavioral research, which we need to keep in mind when reviewing such research protocols. Again, the public health ethics report, which I will say it's going to be, again, the harm principle will be taken into account. And again, the least restrictive and coercive means principle also will be taken into account with regard to social science research. I'm skipping and then I'm going to the straight into the subject. No, this is a different kind of a scenario. If it is going to be a drug or a clinical trial wherein you have intervention given and then you have a risk, now there is either known risks or unknown risks, and that's it. Now here in social behavioral research, you have non-measurable risks. You cannot measure what is happening. And again, it just varies over time. It just keeps on going here and there. And one day it will be very risky, and then the other day it will be low, and then the next day it may be risky. So it all depends upon how the participants are going to let you know, but the standardized tool used in social behavioral research will be the same. I hope I'm justifying for the statements which I have done. If you are not able to understand, please ask me. Otherwise, I'll keep on proceeding further for short of time. And now the social behavioral research again also has a potential to seriously invade the privacy and security and confidentiality of the participants. So now these are all some of the research methodologies used in social behavioral research. You have certain things called as a covert research. You go stall an individual and then try to see the behavioral pattern of a stalled individual without his nor her knowledge. Say, for example, for drug trafficking. It's a very secret and a disguised kind of a research which is going on. Invades the privacy of an individual straight away. So the other extreme is going to be for the data. And say the internet or the social media data research. The voluntariness is a question, selection bias is a question, anonymity is a question, all mining the confidentiality of the research data which is going to be created. And now this is the last straw, like social behavioral research needs deception in certain circumstances. Can any social behavioral scientists here explain to the august audience what deception means? Can I take the privilege from anyone here? Or do you still want me to do it? Yes, please, sir. I'm buying time like this.
Exception means either you are falsifying the data and telling the people the benefit of it without actually having any scientific evidence behind it. That is one deception. Then the other deception is you are glorifying the benefit of it to actually there is. Both are deception.
Okay, let me thank you very much, Dr. Stekma. That was a definition which was given, and then it's easy for me now that the example is given. I wanted to look at the behavior of a clinician with regard to a particular disease, a stigmatized disease, say, for example. Okay. Can I go and tell that physician saying, like, I want to see or observe your behavior with that of that stigmatized disease, how you will behave? Say, for example, recent example of COVID. A COVID case walks into your clinical chamber. Okay. And now you have the lab result in front of you saying he is COVID positive. Very stigmatized at that time point. The whole world underwent this particular kind of a behavior. Okay. Now, what I'm interested is going to be, as a researcher, I wanted to see how the so extrovert doctor is going to behave with that of that COVID patient. Very, very novel kind of research, because like that will pave way how I will do the policy implications with regard to implementation of COVID control in the whole of the world. Very ambitious. But can I tell that to the doctor and then say, see, you are a very good doctor. I know that you are a doctor. So there will be a COVID patient coming. I wanted to observe your behavior and then see whether you are doing it appropriate. First question you will ask me is going to be, what is the appropriateness? And then he will say, like, okay, if these are all the appropriateness, I will see to it that I will do all those things, even if I like it or not. Correct? So what I do is going to be, I will not tell you that I will be observing your behavior with regard to COVID. I will say something else. That's deception. So I give either I completely lie, or I give partial information, or I will trick you to believe that this is what I am going to do, but instead I will be doing something else for a common good. Now, the principle is you can do it, because that's what the harm principle says. If that is going to be for the public good, you better do that research. So deception may be needed. So defining deception a little bit more, it is intentionally lying or tricking upon the participants. Here the participant is the medical officer, and intentionally misleading the participants, intentionally withholding the full information, and inference with participants' ability to give consent. So if I tell you as a clinician that this is what I'm going to do, you will say, get out of my clinic. You're not going to consent to me. But so what I do is going to be, I'm interfering with the ability of yours to participate in that research. I want you to be part of the research. So I'm manipulating you. So social-behavioral research, when behavioral component is to be studied, either by psychologists or sociologists or whomever you call them, they will have to use these kind of deceptions. Okay? And yes, sir. Obviously, we have to make him give. So what we need to do is what we are supposed to discuss today. And that too is the limitation within another 5 more minutes now. I have already started the problem, and then it is 10 minutes. And now we have 5 more minutes to give the solutions for it, which is already there in the National Ethical Guidelines. We have it as the ethical guidelines for socio-behavioral research, which is very, very important, having the basic ethics and the public health ethics put together as principles. Okay. So the essentiality of the methodology, no more than minimal risk, warrants debriefing and or dissemination of results. If it is very, very essential to do the study, then you do it. If it is not essential, if it is just going to add value to the academic profile of yours, then there's no problem. Don't do it. So you cannot use deception. Okay, now I just gave the solutions of, for want of time, and then so the risk benefit. So here now we have a huge risk in front of us. So the ethics committee will have to weigh between the risks and the benefits. So what are the risks likelihood which can occur in a socio-behavioral research? You have physical risks, can bodily harm or simple inconvenience will be there. Either be it a clinician But clinicians have a little bit of a practice of someone observing your actions from over your shoulder, either be a surgeon or a physician. But with other laboratory scientists and various other technology scientists, it's very difficult. When you're doing an experiment in the laboratory, if someone else is peeping from your shoulder back, you are bent to do an error. You are bent to. That's natural. And if you don't bend to do an error, you are not normal. So tending to do something wrong at that time point when you are being observed is normal. So now we are going to go against normalcy and then try to do certain things. So how are we going to do that is the issue. So we have the physical risks, we have the psychological risks which I have listed out, the social risks, the economic risks, all are there. Similarly, you have the benefits also. So when we weigh between the risks and the benefits, see that the benefits are outweighing the risk. And if the research is such essential, then only permit the study to be conducted. So here now we need to determine the significance of the risk. Why is it that the significance of the risk need to be determined now? Is because the risk in social behavior, the first line which I told, it's very dynamic, it keeps changing, it's not static over time. So that's why we have to be determining the significant risk. And then we need to say whether the sensitive nature of the topic, will it cause stigmatization because of that? Or is it that my reputation is going to go? So for one person, I may weigh sensitization much more than my reputation. But for some other person, reputation will be of much more value than sensitization, stigmatization, sorry. So that's the dynamic nature. So it all depends upon the individuals. So whose behavior, for whom what is important. That's why the social behavioral component research becomes very, very tricky at times. And then it's mostly risky. And it's not the social work kind of a research alone. It's the social behavioral science research. Okay. So the type of social interaction, the intervention may cause psychological risks or harm. If there is a depressed individual and then you go and ask him, do you have suicidal ideation? That's a normal question which we ask for quality of life. Correct? So if you have a suicidal ideation, see, I do not even know what a suicidal ideation is. Okay. And now you are putting a question to me saying, see, you are all very depressed, you know. Okay. So at any time point in the past 1 week, have you had any attempts of committing suicide? Are you triggering something? So that's the kind of psychological stress or a harm which an individual can face with regard to standardized questionnaires or such timid questions which is asked only as a questionnaire format. Okay. Financial implications, loss of job or profession sometimes. Legal implications for drug addiction, prostitution, abortion, drug trafficking, criminal activity, etc., etc., etc. So you need to read between lines, imagine things what will happen, because human behavior is unimaginable. So as ethics committee members, we need to look at all those issues and then try to see to it what is the amount of significant risk which the participant may have to undergo by being a part of the study. So again, the consent process is going to be again the gatekeeper consent, community consent, and here the individual consent prevails over any consent whichever is taken. And sometimes additional consent with regard to partner of a spouse. Say, for example, it's a domestic violence. Now, I'm not telling who beats who. Whether it is the male partner beating the female partner or the female partner beating the male partner, it's domestic violence. Okay, now will the other person have to be consented? You are sitting in the clinic and then you are seeing a female patient with a bruised eye, then you know very well that the husband has hit the wife. But if you are going to go and try to seek domestic violence in the community, it's going to be entirely different. So these subtleness and things like that is all there. So which will all repercute with regard to the methodology which you are going to use. And based on the methodology, that depends upon the concerns which you need to get so that you are able to respect the individuals and then appropriately get to the research. I'm not waiting for any questions. I'm already crossing time. So what are the ethical issues in social behavioral risk? Try to minimize the potential for discomfort or harms. Very naive sentence. I can't explain that. Okay, because I won't even know what the risks is. If I don't even know what the risks are, then how am I to minimize the risks? So I need to think in those lines. Please respect the privacy and minimize the intrusions. Try to guard against factors leading to undue influence. Use alternatives to deception, and use deception only when absolutely necessary. And if you are to practice deception, see to it that you do a debriefing. So that's the main ethical point for deception. If you want to do a deception, do a debriefing. And there are very many ways of doing all those things, So, but the consent has to be obtained. Say, for example, I wanted to observe the doctor's behavior with regard to a respiratory illness individual. And I will say, see, I am going to come to your clinic and observe you. I won't say at what date I am coming, where I will be sitting and observing you, but this will happen within a month's time. So now his behavior, he accepts that. And then I will say at what date I came, and then with patient you either behaved or misbehaved, I will let you know whether it is right or appropriate. And then this is a learning experience for you also. And that's how the consent has to be framed there. So the methodology will be appropriately put in, and then so you get the consent from the individual and then do the deception, which is going to be either partial or full, and accordingly executed. Now the ethics committee. Now this is the investigator himself or herself does not know what is going to be the amount of risk. Now he need to put that in paper and then write it in the protocol and then give it to the ethics committee to judge. So now that is going to be a language barrier or a translation barrier which will be there. My thought process will be different, and then now what I have written may be different. So with all those things, the ethics committee has to function saying, determine the appropriate reconsent based on the methods and presence of deception or covert research. So you get dual consents here and there. So reconsenting can be done after saying that this is why I did it, and then I will debrief it and I will see to it that the privacy is maintained, confidentiality is maintained, etc., etc., etc. So then at least the debriefing has to be done. Ensure prior permission for AV recording for research process. Now this AV recording is not the AV recording which I dealt earlier for vulnerable population or for regulated clinical trials. This AV recording is part and parcel of the methodology used by the socio-behavioral researchers to see and then track records. So they will do a focus group discussions. If they do a focus group discussions, the discussions will be recorded live. How our deliberations today is being lively recorded. Okay, so for further use, it will be kept like that. But see to it that prior permission is obtained. Examine inclusion-exclusion criteria are justified with regard to either deception or for the socio-behavioral research in total. Ensure the risk minimization are in place and suggest additional safeguards as and how felt necessary. I'm stopping here. I got these from the National Ethical Guidelines. And there is one ethical guidelines for social science research in health by the National Committee for Ethics in Social Science Research in Health, 2000. And then there is going to be Dunn and Chadwick, which is a book. And then the SIOM's guidelines all talks about all these issues, but very vaguely, very briefly. But the social behavioral researchers will understand the very seriousness of all these things, and their role in the ethics committee with regard to reviewing social behavioral research component becomes very key. Additional inputs may be needed as consultants' information with regard to the ethics committee functioning. And the risk minimization process we can go on at any given time point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, for taking our request to cut down a lot of things. I know this
important but difficult to
Yeah.
cut in time.
All the issues are important. Yeah, brother. Yeah. Yeah.
Your staff at the and validate the response of training so that the staff is going to ask the question is not at risk of getting some feedback from the participants.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is always there. It is part and parcel. That's why the professional indemnity is all being taken with regard to insurance for the clinical trials. And here for the social behavioral research and things like that, we see to it that the staffs are protected. See, if I go and ask about domestic violence to a woman in a home, the husband will come and hit me. So I need to be safeguarded. So I need to go with protections appropriately. And there are scenarios. This is the methodology which we describe.
What happens? No, bro, what happens is that if you really follow the guidelines, then you will not land up in problem. Problem arises the moment you violate those guidelines. I'll give you an example. See, when this HIV started, the guideline says if blood donor comes, it is to be screening. Okay. So you don't take this consent for HIV, but you do HIV test. If you found that to be a positive, you throw away the blood. But you keep the blood report. So now when the person comes to take the blood, the technician says you are HIV positive, you go for this, you go for this, because she violated the law. Then you will end up with problem. It happened in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. That person, he came with his fiancée to collect the blood blood for a relative, and the technician said you are HIV positive, and he took out his revolver and then on the technician said, who asked you to do my HIV test? Then this is the scenario that the guidelines are formulated with a lot of brainstorming. We land a problem the moment we violate the guidelines. It happened so many times with HIV. It happened in our lab when I was looking after the HIV program. One person came, he took 2 blood samples, he brought 2 blood samples, he collected both the samples in a private clinic to a doctor, he sent both the samples positive, he next came to collect, his wife was positive. He asked me to give him the report. I said, where is your wife? I need to counsel. He said, what happened? I said, she is positive, likely to be positive. I need to collect the blood sample and he says, sir, I'll not disclose her, I'll divorce her.
Okay, this is with regard to a particular disease because it is stigmatized.
The moment we violate, we end up. If the guideline says we are not supposed to collect, we are not supposed to disclose to any third person, means no.
Some drug abuse, and I'm going there as an interviewer and then drug abuse. Passage and back.
Yeah, see the gatekeeper consents and other things like that is in place.
They wanted a de-addiction, person, people who came to a de-addiction center, he was not willing to enter the de-addiction center. The doctor who was trying to become violent, the doctor was wanting to calm down him, and he stabbed that doctor and she died.
She's a CRR, right?
This happened last week in Kerala. So, these are challenges. This is already there in build.
Actually, in the social science section, there is a paragraph which actually talks about protection of the researchers. Okay, because some people were wanting insurance, especially Northeast area, they were thinking, we were trying to get it. Yeah, at that time this dialogue was happening, but it was incorporated in the guidance because of that. And now it has become mandatory.
Was the one question is that, like because they are doing some observation regarding the behavior of the participant, like a doctor, a mental student, or some patient. Suppose as a PI, I inform them to I am going to observe you. So that time, that patient will become conscious. So definitely, I will not get the exact result.
Correct. That's what. So the example which I gave was, I will say to the doctor, see, in the next 1 week's time, at any given time point, I will come over to you. Okay, I will need to observe your behavior. Will you permit? And I will also have to tell that I will debrief you when I came, for which patient you were doing what. And this is just going to be for our self-improvement and understanding the biology, not as a complaint to an individual. So you need to have to get the consent form and then only do it. Now, this is partial deception. Means to say, I am not telling you, when you look at this HIV patient or this COVID patient, this is how your behavior is going to be. I am not telling that. I am partially deceiving him or her to say, I will come, I will observe for a particular clinical condition which is stigmatized. And then if the doctor accepts only, I can go and do that. Otherwise, I can't. Yeah, that's what. So that what they do is going to be mock patients are being done. So I, as a clinician, will walk into the clinic of another doctor, mimicking a patient. Yeah, that's a methodology. That's a methodology. So that I have to say. So one among this week, you will get a mock patient, that I will be the patient. I won't tell you which patient I am. I won't tell you when I will come, but I will come. The whole week, you can. Those methodologies are, that's what, those are the science part of it. So if the essentiality of that science part of it for the outcome measure which you want to measure is very essential for certain information, do deceptions. No, it's not equal to blinding.
Behavioral science, how will we tell the person who we are? Because it will change if the participant is in trial or any behavior will change completely.
Yes, that's why we have to use deception. That's precisely why deception is being used. And that, unless or otherwise, the study is very essential to be done. And see to it that the privacy confidentiality is maintained. So privacy of the doctor or the participant and the confidentiality of the data is to be maintained. And then do the consent, respect the individual, and then conduct it. So that will be the. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wonderful, Paul. Thank you. And I think we need barely a cup of tea. Or I think probably 10 minutes break.
No break.
No break. So he actually not allowed inside auditorium. That is only reserved to. Okay. Okay. If that is the consensus, then we go for the next speaker, I think. Next is I think Dr. Mehta. Let me talk to her. Dr. Mehta is there. Dr. Mehta, can you hear me?
Yes, I am there.
Okay, so next is Dr. Mehta's talk. This is on publication ethics. I'll already introduced her. I'm not going to introduce anymore to her. I'll request Dr. Mehta to please share your slides and start. I'll only request is Dr. Mehta, can you little bit cut short your presentation?
Oh, sure. I'll take very few examples because all my talk is about examples. I'll try to withdraw some of them. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll move very quickly on this. Whatever we do as a research, we need to share. And when we share, we need to share in different forms. And one of the most important part is publication. And this is also about ethical publications. So publications has two channels. One is publication per se, that there is publication ethics and there is publishing ethics. So we are not going to talk about publishing ethics where reviewers, editors, publishers are involved. We are only going to talk about ethics of publications by the authors or the researchers. That's only what we are going to stick today. We're not going to do this. So it is a way of translating things. So what is it in a publication ethics? Actually, everything that is translated into research process gets translated here, because you just reproduce here in a written format. So there can be conflict of oversights, there can be interest conflicts, data reproducibility can be an issue, authorship, contributorship is a major issue. We all struggle with its formatting. Intellectual property rights, between the what you use and what you plagiarize, there is a very thin line between violation of IPRs and plagiarism. You just do not know when you step on the other side. Sometimes both are violated at the same time. So we'll have an example on that. Misconducts can happen in terms of data collection, data presentation, data manipulations. There are journal management, review process, post-publication discussions. We are not going to look into this because that goes into the editorial processes or the publishing industry. So what are the publication ethics? There are allegations of misconduct, authorships, conflict of interest, data reproducibility, oversights, intellectual property. So the first four are about writing processes. So when you write, you have to be upfront about authorships, guidelines, contributorships, acknowledgements. Allegations of misconduct. So in case of data, how you present the data, how much have you deceived the reader by not producing the correct one. Conflict of interest, where you don't declare and you still be the first author. So that is kind of a conflict. And data reproducibility, when you have data which cannot be, there are examples about these. If you go to Retraction Watch or ORI websites, you have plenty of such examples, which are a lot of issues on these issues. So they're about writing processes. Ethical oversight, if it happens in research, it will happen in your publication as well, because there has to be some coverage on this. Intellectual property, during usage, during research, during writing, you can violate property rights all the time. So we need to be about correct things. Management, peer review, discussions are publications. So we just move on. Misconduct of research process and publications, so it carries forward from the processes to the publication. If we have not collected data well, I'm not going to present it well. So to achieve my goals, I'm going to work upon that and produce my own things and manipulate that. So that is misconduct. Authorship, contributorship, where I have some authors as my guest. I have ghost authors who actually wrote for me but doesn't get the authorship. Or there are gift authorship. I just know somebody, he gave me some idea, he's my senior, I just gift him an authorship. These all fall under publication ethics, and almost all publishers will tell you not to do this because they do not entertain such type of thing. Conflict of interest, where I hide my conflict of interest. I reap benefits, whether they can be academic, they can be financial, or they can be some professional one-upmanship that you would want to do. So it sends a wrong message when I don't do this. Data reproducibility, stealing, falsification, fabrication, and misinterpretation of data. All these. And when I say data, it's just not about numbers. It can be images. It can be anything that will give me some more information about what is written in the text or substantiate what I have written in the text. So misconduct can be all kinds, and most importantly, it is fabrication, falsification, duplication. Duplication here means just not reproducing what you have collected, but augmenting already that is existing with you. You just add some more data from here and there and present it as a new data collected for a new research, and you write a publication and get a credit for that. So that is also augmentation. So what we are saying is, whatever we publish, if we deceive our readers, then we have misconducted or we have not done a publication, ethical publication. Plagiarism is a major issue. Everyone of this person has to be very particular about this. Essentially, now we need to look into our research misconduct in publications as well, because the one ONOS, if it ever comes, the last phase of it is going to talk about these things and going to be binding on us, and they are going to put up mechanisms to do it. Whether we do it intentionally or intentionally is not the point. The point is we have not been careful enough to produce well. So this is something in Lancet that came in 1882-84 in 2006. honest errors are outright frauds. Research community must take collective responsibility for this. And if we do not take a serious action on this, this is not going to reduce. That's what is being said. We'll go quickly towards falsification is where I manipulate and generate data. Failure to validate this data is somewhere, that's where the signal goes that this is not correct because I cannot reevaluate, we cannot reproduce, I cannot validate that is being presented. Failure to respond to the queries that are made to me is another type of misconduct, and it really raises a red flag that this as person has misconduct, has manipulated the data for us because it cannot be validated. So these behaviors will claim as misbehavior of misconduct behavior. So what is it? The whole question is about integrity. We have talked about integrity, transparency while doing the research with the participants, with the research method. We are going, that gets reflected into our publications also. So this is a case where one researcher intentionally, knowingly or recklessly manipulated certain data, which he picked up from somewhere else. Plus, he also picked up the data. Now, this project was funded by NIH grant. When this was picked up, because at the editor's point, it was realized that this is cannot be validated, and they found that the things were problematic. What was problematic? They picked up figures also, not only data, so figures were also picked up. These figures were manipulated. How? By cropping up, by stretching it, or splicing the figures, one big figure into 3 or 4 small images and presenting it. So this was plagiarized from Science Advance 2019, and it was presented as their own. And another journal was Clinical Translational Medicine 2017, which was a single cell sequence information, which was also presented. Now, all this was collected. So there is a plagiarism also, and there is misconduct also here. The researcher, then it was picked up, the investigation happened, and the person agreed that all his research will be supervised for next 3 years. This is something that he has written to NIH for April 2023. Not participate in any public health services and researches that will happen or supported for public health, and will exclude voluntarily from serving on any advisory committees or capacities. Fabrication is, there are another studies which tells us that there is lots and lots of data where fabrication has happened. And there is a lot of Indian data which says 65% gave gift authorship, 56 were altered, fabricated from somewhere else, presented as their own, and 53% was plagiarism. So see, we are huge into this. Fabrication can be of images, charts, tables, reproduction of images, text, charts without permission. So we always recommend our users that when you take a table or a chart, you can certainly take it and embed it into a manuscript, but you must write below that, say from where have you picked it up. Many times we take a table and we alter it to our needs, or we change the inner content of it, but the table format is same, which I have picked up. Please say adopted from, and give the whole citations and add the citation to your reference list as well, because this is not something that we have done. We adopt it with amended, we correct it to our needs, we add one more table or one more column or row to it to show that it is bind, but you have original idea has been picked up from somewhere and you plagiarize the whole table. Unfortunately, tables cannot be picked up in any of the plagiarism checking tool, and therefore this is the moral duty of the user. If your reviewer is perfect enough in reading everything, will pick up the plagiarized table as well, and that could cause. So there are 50 cases. There was another study that was in 50 cases in basic sciences, was sponsored by National Science Foundation, 137 in biological medical sciences again. So unethical practices of publications will be multiple submissions, not permitted. You gift authors, guest authors, ghost authorships, fudging the content of the data, which is plagiarism, declaration of undeclared conflict, redundant publications, and plagiarism, inappropriate acknowledgement. That means citations errors. So author, who is an author who makes substantial contribution to the research, to the intellectual content, and who writes major things. Authorship can be credited on different concepts. Now, there are different organizations who will give you guidelines on what authorship should be. We always recommend that everybody has its own guideline, but the institution also has a guideline on authorship. Please follow that. Essentially, everyone must see that you have done something, you have done a research, you have analyzed the data, or you have collected the data and presented in a text format. You have done the final upload of the version, then you meet the above author's criteria, and therefore you can be an author. There are multiple authors in collaboration. Nowadays, earlier it was 5 to 7 authors. Now you have more than 100 authors. So we are calling it hyper authorship. Now, this hyper is very difficult to identify who becomes the first author, who is the last author, why should one become a corresponding author. So it's very, very difficult when there are plenty of collaborators, and often it goes under the project name. But when you click on the project, you see a huge list of contributors to that research. So there is no clear-cut protocol on how this should be set, but most of the publishers will tell you how, when you have a huge group of collaborators, how it should go. Usually it is by the protocol title or protocol group name, which is identified, or a protocol number and group name. That is how it will. If you do a PubMed search, you'll find so many such researchers. Inclusion, authorship of order, and how the order should be. Many of the ethics committee will tell you, please, when you submit your protocol, list your authors, and ahead of them, list the responsibilities and their contribution to the research. One of them will be saying statistical analysis, other will be say, I will write it down, third one will say, I will collect data and accrue patients, I'll do this, I'll do the lab work, I'll do whatever it is, they will be contribute. And based on that, your authorship is granted. There are institutions who will say, list your authors in alphabetical order. That doesn't happen much, because how it should go, by the first author, by the surname. In India, we have different formats of surnames, so that also doesn't really work well. But there are so many things. But in all these happens, there can be an omissions by mistake. And you may include somebody who is a non-contributor also, because when there are multiple authors, this is an issue. So we will just always follow institutional guidelines. Acknowledgements, people who have helped you, people who have given you secretarial help, people who have given you good ideas to make your research better, you can acknowledge them. They cannot be, because they are not contributors, so they cannot be your authors. They may have given you financial support or material support. For example, you have a good, well-equipped lab. Somebody comes and say, I would like to use one of your instrument for this type of analysis. That person allows you to use it. That does not mean that the person becomes an author. You can acknowledge that institution or the lab or the person for helping you with this. Somebody who is not on your board for research but helps you with a statistical analysis, acknowledge them that he has helped us with the statistic or she has helped with the statistical analysis. So this is what happens, and therefore it is very essential to know what is. There are authorship abuse, because you have coercive authorship, which is guest author or ghost authors. Guest authors who do not meet the accepted criteria, but they are just there because of reputation, because of seniority, or because I know they are on the editorial board of the journal where I'm going to send my publication. Let me have them as my author. Coercive. Gift authors, they may not meet any of the criteria, but because they have given me some favor in my time in my early career, so I need to reverse it. I give them gift and authorship to them. They make prestige, legitimate things. It also means I pick up some person who is of very high recognition, and then I give them an author. So I'm gifting an author. Why? Because I look towards the benefit that my paper goes through the review process quickly and is published. So ghost authorship is the most problematic one. It is unethical to get somebody write for you and not give them the authorship. So this happens quite often, and therefore we find that you cannot use this because you do not know how this ghost author has done with your data or findings, and we do not read through that. There are several international agencies and guidelines who tell this. Of most important for us is ICJME, COPE, Council of Science Editors, and WAME, that is WAME. Rest of the things every institution has. We also have, ICMR has given us a guideline on that. We can have a look at that later. Why does a rejection happen then? If I have standard with all these things, I have not done any of these things, I have approved anything, because I selected inappropriate, I have a different format, there are previous rejections, I have sliced my publication into several. It could have been one big major publication giving me a different outcome, but I slice it into different parts and have many publications that I have falsified the data. I have not given ghost authorship. I have not used the language correct. My grammar is correct. My data is not validated. All these things will take me towards rejection. What happens then? When I do such things, it's waste of resources. No resources in abundance. Whether it is money, it is infrastructure, it is sample, it is your study time, or it is just expertise that you have. Nothing is in abundance. So be very careful while doing this, because it does not help science. It really mars the sciences. So now we come to plagiarism, which is the major talk and which is a major issue these days, which we need to address. It is actually stealing. Stealing somebody's ideas, somebody's words, presenting as your own, that is what is called as plagiarism. So fraud, breach of honesty, stealing. It is ethical misconduct. When does it occur? When I present somebody else's work as my own. I copy words, ideas verbatim. I incorrect sources. I do not cite well. I misspell the name. I give incomplete information. I do not give which source it is, or I misquote the year of the publication. All this belongs to misquoting or wrong referencing. Or there are something like called as citation farming. I do that also. Then even then that is a plagiarism. Changing of words but copying the sentence structure as it is also inappropriate paraphrasing, amounts to plagiarism. If I quote somebody and I do not put it in quotations, I'm plagiarizing the quote also. Citations, carelessness, citation basis that I only pick up favorable ones. I only pick up those articles which favor my outcome and are in open access. So something that is in closed access or is paid behind the paywall, I'm not using it because I have not made an attempt to get an access full text to it, and it talks something different than what I am looking forward to. I don't cite. I cite only those which are my own. They may be as old, very old, may not be directly related. I do intentionally because my citation index goes up. I cite those who are reviewers for that topic, who are peer groups. And if I cite that, perhaps I get a better citation this and I will be picked up quickly. May have a speedy publication. Citation practices are questionable. Many times we rely on abstract. Most of these guidelines and agencies tell you do not cite an abstract. Specifically, because these abstracts are produced somewhere in some conferences. And over that, they pick up some information and then they publish it as a full text article after maybe 2 years. So what they presented in the conferences, what it came as a publication, you will not see the relationship between them. And what you have looked at as an abstract, there is no backing because there is no complete data, no complete analysis in front of you to validate. Such citation also is not accepted by publishers and they're considered as plagiarism. So there are studies. There is a 960 papers from molecular cellular, 59 papers had duplicate images. Another study had 200 ascriptive publications, 21 papers were with issues with Western blots. They were manipulated, they were stretched, they were changed. 55 had about problems with the images and 49 were minor transgressions. So what types we have? We have self-plagiarism, cite myself only all the time. I'm self-plagiarizing. Salami slicing, I do a huge research of 5 years collecting a lot of data, but every year I publish 2 to 3 articles from the data that I've collected. I'm deceiving the reader to believe that this is a new research independent of what I'm doing. So deceiving is not possible, should not be done. Text recycling, the same thing, I rework it upon and publish it in different papers. So that is it. Paraphrasing, contents, more often you will find paraphrasing an issue and contents an issue with the thesis and dissertations, because you start writing at the last moment and you really do not have time to work upon it. Image plagiarism is a basic thing, which major issue in medical sciences and is a major cause of retraction. Patchwork quotes and speech, we'll look at it quickly. Self-plagiarism, deceiving the readers, redundant. Because what I have done is done 5 years ago, I still keep on citing, so I'm doing redundancy. It is duplication of what I'm doing without any indication to the user that this is not new. Everybody believes this is new. So this is dishonesty, academic. Salami slicing, as I've said, data fragmentation. You fragmented data and make a lot of publications. So UGC guidelines, which we all follow now because that's a gazette notification, is not accepting this. It says it is plagiarized and will not be accepted. Salami slicing, I'll just move on to this. Text recycling is something because you have a publication, you make little changes, add something more here and there, different images, republish the same thing. That is redundant or text cycling. This is not permissible. Only at times when you are applying for grant may be acceptable because the grant format changes. One person says this is not within a purview, please apply somewhere else. For some other agency, you need to redo it. That is only permissible, but not for publication. So there is a UGC circular about this, which says on without due and full citation of the original becomes self-plagiarism or text recycling. This is another example from Venkateswaraya University. 70 research papers were plagiarizing and falsification of data. Everything was withdrawn, 13 were retracted. Publisher, but though the author denied it, he was debarred from holding any administrative post. Paraphrasing, this is an example. Just look at this particular paragraph. Differentiated instruction provision of students opting for processing, internalizing content, and constructing new learning and progress academically. A paragraph talking about how teachers should look at the students' learning ability and how to help them to learn better. I have to write it in my own words because this is something that I'm looking forward to. This is a topic which is close to my research and I need to have it in my literature review. I'm going to rewrite it this way, where I have also quoted, and this is how it happens. So I've given the quote also, but it is not essential that the paraphrase that I do, paraphrase means writing in our own words. It's not a summary. Writing in your own words. When I write in your words, it's not necessary that I have the same length and same number of sentences in the paragraph as the original one. I can make it as short as this, which just gives me the essence that if the teacher used differentiated instructions to help students learn, allowing the teacher to cater lessons to the way teacher students, each student learns, then each student's skills are different. If I can identify that, the teacher can make a better help to this. And this was from Thomson 2009. That's how I cited. So then this is not plagiarized. However, the above one, though I'm writing it differently, I'm using most of the words from the original paragraph. It is the same length. I am plagiarizing the document. India Today has a report. Yeah. So this is something, this particular article by Dr. Dhanar was plagiarized 3 times and the presence is not an issue. This is a conference article which was republished into this. It was not this. The problem was years apart, you cannot do it. This is another one about the images from not 2 images. They were original figures retracted due to concerns of data and figures. This is another one. Now, if you see, this is 2006, retracted in 2007, 1 year apart. To both the articles, happily moving everywhere. Both the articles, problem was the original article author got less citations. The next one got a more. So this is a problem with retraction. It doesn't really help. It just only disciplines the author to some extent. The original, the defaulter to a certain extent, but it doesn't help. This is image. Now, this image of NMR was there, and then it was done this. So this is a problem. 2003, 2018, what is happening? If we are going to copy this, there are images of Western blot which are falsely concluded. This is another image of a stretched, altered, manipulated for wild type of NQO2 from mice. This is interpretation of data that was collected from different people, different regions, put into one. 2 different journals, 2004 Cancer Research, 2005 Chemical Biological Interactions, copied and misinterpretation of images was done. The author was ORI. This is another study which was published in 2018 by Prasad. 127 papers were retracted for image distortions and copying. So this is the issue. Patchwork quotes and speeches are something that happens. Patchworks, like you copy from different people, make one paragraph or make one chapter. That's patchwork without quoting. Quoting is somebody speaking something, you quote as it is. There was a big case of Melania Trump and Michelle Obama, who had a speech and the lady copied as it is. So there was a lot of noise. There was another case of heavy Brock Lesnar and Ranveer Singh, who picked up his statement. So that was a lot of noise. What cannot be copyrighted? Common facts. That is not copyrighted or plagiarized. So these are the tools that you can use. These are the guidelines. So you have an ICMR guidelines, ICGM, this is University Grants Commission Gazette. Otherwise, you have institutional policies, university policies to follow. These are the penalties that the Gazette has listed for us. And this is in short, which I'm just saying that there are students who can, and the academic research publications gets a major blunt, because if you do more than 40, then you're almost out of the academic circle for 3 to 4 years without anything. Data sharing is another issue. You need to, a lot has been talked about it because there are a lot of ethical issues into it, but there are limits, there are masking, there are anonymizing, all these things, but we have an accessing policy and we need to look at that for them. E-research is happening in a bigger way. But the problem here is you cannot have a good research output out the publication, because you cannot have an unbiased sample. Verifying is difficult and validation is another difficult thing. So web tracking, online privacy, spoofing, emails, IPR thefts, everything happens. There are watchguards. These are institutions which we talked about earlier, and they keep a watch. If any whistleblower, it goes into investigation mode. COPE is a very good site which you should visit about. Copyrights is something which is intellectual property, allows me commercial benefit out of it. Now, this is something which is a control the author holds on to this. And it is for a lifetime with 60 years. These are the different copyrights that covers. We use all of these. In our publications, we have to be very sure of what we are using, and we have permissions in place. It is always said that that if nothing is written on the document, then assume it is a copyrighted document. So ideas are protected. No, Ideas are protected by can be plagiarized, but they cannot be violated as copyright. But the words that talk about the copyright, the ideas are copyrighted. So that's how you just cross. You do not know how you cross. The Delhi University case is the biggest case of copyright violation by the university, though it went in the favor of the university, the court, because in our copyright law it is case to case basis. We do not have a fair use clause stated into the copyrights. Copyright and plagiarism, you can cross both of them at the same time. For example, there is a book in public domain. That means that is a public domain, can be used for free. So the copyright violations cannot be done. But if I do not cite it, then I'm plagiarizing it. University dissertations. If I use it as it is, I've given it to the university, the copyright lies with the university. Then if I copied same, I have not taken the permission, I violated the copyright law, and I did the plagiarism as well. Many of our students will publish articles and use those articles as your thesis chapters. You cannot use it. The reason is you are not the single author of that. The moment you publish it in the publishers, you give away your copyrights to the publishers. So when it doesn't belong to you, so now when you want to incorporate, you need to take written permissions from the co-authors as well as the publishers and declare it upfront in your thesis that this is your own publication emanating from your research, and that's why included as a chapter. Not otherwise. There is a huge case in Bombay University about this, and the dissertation was outright rejected. So copyrights in academic work, I'll just move on. Systematic downloading is also a violation of copyrights and publication ethics. You do not allow, most of your libraries will tell you, please do not download the whole journal because all of the articles are related to you. So that's it. Plagiarism and copyright. Someone's work can be copyright plagiarized regardless of the copyright status. So that is what we are looking at. So this is a situation. I'll stop after this. Copying large portions from without citations, both plagiarism and copyright violation. Copying large portions from with proper citation, not plagiarism, but copyright violation. Copying large portions from monograph without attribution, plagiarism against author, but not copyright violation. Copying large portion from a monograph, which is in public domain, with proper citation, neither plagiarism nor copyright. So, it is very essential that we just simply do this, that whenever I'm using it, I have a proper citation, it is in my own words, and I am not copy violating. That is very important. If you do not have anything, seek permission. That's the rule that you take. And therefore, what we do is understand types of plagiarism, write your own with scratch, put question quote marks for whatever you're quoting from someone, paraphrase, always cite, provide complete reference, seek permissions for copyrighted work, check manuscripts for plagiarism check, seek advice from your experts, and always cite. So here, that's where I really ran through this, but I guess I have pushed across the point that what is plagiarism and what is publication ethics. So avoid cite citations, seek permissions, and avoid copyright violations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Medha, for this wonderful. I know this itself was a very lengthy one, and we are running short of time.
I know, but I had no way of stopping things,
Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking all those pain and addressing the audience. I hope the participants have definitely got the gist of it. I'll request Dr. Kavita, just all of you are wanted to proceed, or we are just closing. This is the last we have. I'll just request to wait because we are going to have a group photo. Just another 5-10 minutes probably. I'll request to wait. Just another 5-10. We have cut short. We are not going to have any more sessions. I'll request our speakers, please come on the dais and we'll end up the proceedings. Kavishar, can you invite director to come? इनको हटा दो जगदीश.
अच्छा
अब कर दो मिनिमाइज हाँ ये था ना कितना बस
Sir, please. Kavishar, can all of you sit? Those who are waiting outside can call them inside just for we are finishing. So due to shortage of time, we have skipped one session. Purposely we did it because there are few participants and or even our experts has to leave by evening. As a result, we thought because we'll have to organize one more workshops in say another 6 months to a year, within a year, that is on the good clinical practice. So probably at that time, we will also include this one, this part, what we have left over right now. So today, after the hectic day will come to an end, there are some formalities which needs to be done. One thing is, I'd like to request our director to present the memento to our guest speakers. I'll request Bhumika to bring the memento. To Dr. Nandini Madam first. I'll now request Ravikanta to bring it. Director sir, please to give the memento to Dr. Paul. And I'll request Dr. Sir again to give to Dr. Lalita.
दिया नहीं मैंने ही फोटो खिंचवा लिया सर
Sir, आपने खिंचवाया, that is enough. So before I give the formal vote of thanks to all, I thank Director Sir. I would just like from the audience, we can take one or two vital questions if anybody have any doubt anymore. No questions. Okay. Thank you very much. So we come to an end of the day. I would like to first of all thank my director who has literally given me the free hand to organize this workshop in last 15 days. We have organized